This is Jocko podcast number 413 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
Ryan Larkin deployed on heavy combat tours between 2008 and 2013, where he would blow through thick walls and doors, fire weapons with a powerful blast, and be exposed to improvised bombs. In one video, he is seen as he stands by, his fingers in his ears, as another soldier blasts a rocket launcher a few feet away. He would say to me, "Mom, it would just clear out my sinuses, and you could feel it. It was so unbelievable," Jill Larkin said. The vibrations left microscopic tears in her son's brain, so small that MRIs and PET scans couldn't detect the damage while he was living. Survivors of explosive attacks often report headaches, difficulty sleeping, trouble concentrating, irritability, and memory problems. A 2017 study of 8 deceased military personnel found that blast exposure produces scarring lesions in the brain. When Larkin returned home after his third tour, his brain had changed. He was a different kid, totally, his mother said. Larkin started having trouble sleeping. He complained of headaches and became short-fused. He stopped smiling, and his relationships started to erode. He deployed on his final tour in Afghanistan's Helmand province, an area with a high rate of enemy contact. When he returned home, he was more anxious and confused. He was hard to talk to, his parents said. When he was able to sleep, he would have nightmares. Larkin began teaching other SEALs explosive breaching techniques in San Diego, where he was exposed to blast waves daily. Eventually, he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. The Navy referred him to several programs. Some were helpful, others destructive. The common theme was a prescription for medication, his parents said. Boxes of medication would arrive at their house. Every time we turned around, somebody was writing a new prescription for some type of drug, Frank Larkin, Ryan's father, said. Over 2 years, Ryan Larkin was prescribed over 40 medications, his father reported. The drugs made him feel worse, and he was labeled operationally unfit and mentally unstable. Without a customized care plan, he started losing trust in the institution he loved above all else. "He's the only one that said something was wrong with his head," Frank Larkin said. "Ryan would say, 'Something is wrong with my head. I don't know what it is, but they keep telling me I'm nuts. I'm crazy.'" He was honorably discharged from the Navy in 2016. He was referred to a veterans hospital for treatment, which felt like being abandoned. The lack of science explaining traumatic brain injuries led the Larkins to countless doctors and therapists, but they never got a definitive diagnosis. "You become very vulnerable with a lack of good science to help support your decisions," Frank Larkin said. He said they almost spent themselves into bankruptcy on different treatments. "When you see someone like Ryan circling the drain, you'll do anything," he said. And those are some excerpts from an article from the Washington Post by Lily Price from February of 2020. And Frank and Jill, Ryan's mom and dad, did everything that they could. Ryan's dad, Frank, had also been in the SEAL teams in the late 70s and early 80s. Ryan is what's known as a legacy, a SEAL whose father was also a SEAL. But despite his father's understanding of the Navy and the SEAL teams and of the job, Ryan continued to suffer. And on April 23rd, 2017, he killed himself. He had told his dad months before he killed himself that he wanted his brain to be studied. He knew there was something wrong. And after he died, his brain was studied at Walter Reed National Military Center, where a doctor discovered a severe level of microscopic brain injury uniquely related to blast exposure. But it was too late. And in an effort to prevent this from happening to more service members in the future, Frank Larkin has made it his mission to get the funding, research, and protocols in place to help our service members before it's too late. And it's an honor to have Frank Larkin with us here tonight to discuss his life, his son's life, and the lessons he learned through service and sacrifice for him and his family. Frank, thanks for coming down and joining us. Clearly, just a horrific scenario, and I spent the last few days talking to people that worked with Ryan over the years, his master chiefs, some of his chiefs, and you just get this picture of a kid who is what you want a young frogman to be. He was fired up, he was hardworking, he was squared away at everything he did, and what everyone said was he took a turn that was totally out of character of what he was like prior to. And this is a story that I heard as well. I've heard before from other SEALs and SEALs family members who see a different person after a certain period of time in the SEAL teams. And just a tragic scenario. And obviously no one knows that better than you. And it's an honor to have you on here just to be able to share what you've learned, what you discovered, and what we can do to try and prevent this kind of thing in the future. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Jocko, and Echo Charles here. Glad to be here, and my intent is just to help folks understand so that no one else has to walk this path of pain.
So let's get into your background a little bit. Where are you from? How'd you grow up?
So I'm originally from Philadelphia, so I talk fast and with my hands. An Irish kid, grew up in a Italian neighborhood. Just nothing out of the ordinary. Just had a good childhood. Came from a large family.
What'd your mom and dad do?
My dad was into advertising and marketing, and then my mom was a homemaker for many years, and then went back to school, became a nurse, and eventually a real estate agent, and became that independent woman that said, I can do this on my own. And so my dad's not, he passed 25 plus years ago, but my mom's still alive and kind of on her final runway, probably soon to depart.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any veterans in the family growing up?
No, I was the first, so I kind of broke the ice.
So how'd you hear about the Navy?
So I was in high school, and I'll be honest with you, Jocko. I was an average kind of student. My grades were so until my senior year, and then all of a sudden the light came on, and I went from a CD student to straight A's. But honest with you, I as a lot of my fellow students were pointed in going to college, I just felt that I wasn't ready yet. Mm-hmm. I need to grow up a little bit. So
did you play sports or anything?
Yeah, so I played soccer, I ran track, some wrestling. Like to mix it up. Mm-hmm. I also, was working. I've been working since I was like 11 years old. I started delivering papers, on a bicycle, and the next thing you know, I was working at a grocery store, slamming cans into shelves and pushing carts back, into the bin. And from there, I said, once I graduated from high school, that the other thing is Vietnam was still churning along. Mm-hmm. We were starting to wind down, but the draft was still active. I had a low draft number, and I said, even though my grades were good in my senior year, they weren't good enough to get into the schools I wanted to get into. So I said, well, let me, kind of take the bull by the horns, which is kind of a metaphor for how I looked at life. It was all about adventure and taking control. I said, well, I'm going to enlist in the Navy, and that's what I did.
Did you know what the SEALs were at the time?
No. I had been in for a period of time. I had a buddy that had just started training, and he told me about it, and it caught my attention.
This is once you were already in the Navy?
Yeah. I had no idea.
What'd you go in the Navy to do?
Yeah, so I was a corpsman.
Okay.
And he was gone through training, and I had never heard of it. So, one thing led to another. I put my application in through my command. I was told no, and then I, went back to my buddy. I said, hey, look, they're denying my application, to come down here. And he says, well, let me talk to some folks.
Where were you stationed when this was going down?
At Camp Pendleton.
So you were with the Marines?
I was with the Marines. So I'll never forget.
And this is what, 1970?
73, 74.
Got it.
And then next thing you know, I've got called into the CO's office, and he's pissed, and he's saying, I don't know what you did, but I've got orders for you, to go to Coronado. I told you I was going to deny any of your requests, but the next thing you know, he said his departing words were, you fail, you're coming right back to me. That's the deal I cut, and that was my motivator. So, but tremendous experience. It was really foundational for me. It was the first real team dynamic that I had been involved in. I just think, I credit it with, the successes that I've been able, fortunate to have in my life. And then, to come back and circle back with the teams later in life, not only with my son, as he joined the teams, but, directly supporting the teams, during the global war on terror, and we can get into that.
Yeah. So what class were you in? What BUD/S class were you in?
84.
So what class wasn't that around the class that everyone quit, or no one made it? What was that, class 80 or something like that? Yeah,
there's something, one of the classes, I don't know the specifics of it, but one of them lost a lot of folks.
There was a class that because when I went through, which was in 1990 or 1991, they would tell us about, I think it was class like 80 or class 82 or something like this. It was one of these classes, and they called it the class that never was. And basically they had so many people quit or get dropped that they were down to a handful of guys, and they just rolled all of them into the next class. So there's a class that just didn't exist.
Yeah, I think weather had a lot to do with it. It was a really harsh, winter period, and it can get pretty bad, on that coastline.
Oh yeah.
Especially if
it ain't Baywatch.
Oh no.
People think San Diego's Baywatch.
Oh.
And then they show up here, touch that water, and they go, yo.
Well, and I tell you what, and your nuts go right to the back of your throat. So, at least you know where they are.
So when you showed up to BUD/S, were you in good shape? Did you start training for it? Did your buddy that had gone through, was he telling you, hey, this is what you need to do to be ready?
Yeah, there wasn't much, out there about it. So I started running the hills, up in Camp Pendleton.
Oh,
yeah. And, all times of the day, depending on what my work schedule was. And then, when I wasn't working, I was working as a wildland firefighter part-time.
Dang,
and that would, really tighten you up.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. So, you're up there in some extreme conditions. You're moving into a fire while, everything that's still alive is moving away from it, So, rattlesnakes are crawling between your legs, and rabbits and everything else are going the other direction. But I think that kind of set me up. But no matter how good I think you go down there, what the physical condition obviously is important. It's really what's in your head and your heart. And
did you have any major challenges? How were you in the water?
I was pretty good. I wasn't the fastest, but I think the folks that were the fastest and the slowest got most of the attention.
Yeah.
So if you kind of hung in the middle, you were kind of blending in a little bit more. my best evolution was the O course. Because I was, you can tell, obviously nobody can see me here, physically, but I'm this hulking, 5'8", 160 pound, giant, but I could throw myself over, the obstacles, pretty easily, and I had a lot, some pretty good upper, body strength, which, now in my late 60s is, not the same place it was, but still, but it's I think it's an experience. It's as and a lot of the folks that have been through it, it's definitely something that carves a pretty deep imprint into who you are and shapes who you're going to be. Mm-hmm. And I think everybody obviously has different experiences, but I will say mine were good. I had crossed paths with some tremendous leaders back then. Whether you liked them or not, I worked for Dick Marcinko. Guys like Bob Schamberger, God rest his soul. He and I were roommates. He was one of the first,
what was Marcinko, your skipper at Team 2?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. And
and
he either liked you or he didn't. There was no middle ground. So it was a pretty, solid line that separated those two.
Yeah. I know. Marcinko's definitely a polarizing figure. One of my platoon commanders, who is a prior enlisted guy, who is a prior senior chief, who is had been stationed all over the place, and just a highly respected guy, and definitely the leader that I've always tried to emulate. One time we were talking, and this was in the 90s. I mean, so I guess the book Rogue Warrior had come out in 1990 maybe. So now it's probably 1993, 1994. And I'm talking to this guy, and he had been, a plank owner with Marcinko, working for Marcinko. And I said to him, hey sir, what was Marcinko really like? What's he like? And he just looked at me and said, best skipper ever. That's all he said. And this guy wasn't, this guy was just a straight shooter. And I've always remembered that. Like all the things you hear about Marcinko, look, he's definitely a character, definitely brought a lot of attention to himself and the teams. But when a guy like the person that told me this just looked at me and said, best skipper ever. And this guy that told me this is not, he doesn't really fit that mold. Like this guy is more of a straight shooter and a little bit more, I would say a little bit more Navy, like big Navy traditional type military guy. Just looked at me and said, best skipper ever. So I know that the guys that worked for Marcinko definitely, in many cases, they loved him and admired him. So you get done with buds. Did you get rolled back or anything?
No.
Just made it through first time every time.
Yeah, went to 2. Did a hop skid.
Could you have gotten stationed at UDT back then? Because this is still in UDT.
Yeah, that's right.
How did they pick who was going to SEAL team?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think they asked us West Coast, East Coast. I elected the East Coast, and wound up at 2,
mm-hmm.
working for Rudy Bosch.
Yeah.
Which was a legend.
Yeah.
Bull Knox, another name from the past. These were, and a lot of the guys were just coming off Vietnam. So,
I was going to say, you're getting there so you get there in 1975.
75. It's the guys are coming in, and you really have some combat experienced folks. No nonsense. They played hard, they worked hard. But they were also carrying some burdens coming back. Some of them got beat up pretty good.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my friends that checked into SEAL Team 1 in like 1972. And he said like they went out and PT'd, and he's back there taking a shower. And like you could see, I mean, basically every guy's wounded. Every guy had scars. Every guy had bullet holes in him. He said it was definitely a very interesting time. There was only 150 SEALs, period. Right. And so it was a very, very small community.
And I remember cutting metal out of guys, for...
Oh, that's right, because you were a corpsman.
Yeah, years later, I was cutting metals, because the body would eventually start to push that out.
Uh-huh.
And but getting back to Demo Dick, I would characterize the same thing. Whether you agreed with him or not, he took care of his people, and he there was no door that he wasn't going to go through. He drew, he moved to contact and drew fire. He had his way, and you either got on board or you found yourself squashed, like a bug. But yeah, the guys that came out, I probably the closest one I was, was Schamberger, and actually, we had taken one of the dogs that had come back from Nam took him home.
Mm-hmm.
By then he was getting old, big old German Shepherd by the name of Rennie.
Rennie.
Okay. Yeah, and Sham was kept things close to the vest. Had a great rep in the teams. Of course, we lost him, in the op down in the Caribbean,
Mm-hmm.
where we lost 3 others on a drop.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a different time. And then the reason I bring that out is because as I watched my son go into training, get into the teams and so forth, you could definitely see the difference, the contrast. And I'm sure you could see that with some of the younger guys that you work with.
Yeah.
It's a different time, and not surprising because nothing ever stays the same. Things changed. Things ebb and flow depending on the geopolitical state within the world and what we're challenged with. But as we get more and more into a modern warfare state, there are going to be new challenges that we need to be able to operate
Mm-hmm.
in, to have that level of maneuverability.
So when you showed up in was it 1975 when you got to Team 2?
Yep.
And you show up there, you get put into a platoon?
Yeah, got put into platoon, and by then you're the roaches on the floor are treated better. You do all the scut work, and that's okay. You go in there knowing it, and just keep your mouth shut, and otherwise, someone's going to shut it for you, and it's not going to be it's not going to be somebody coming up and putting their arm around you or anything. You're going to get a hard pop in the face, or next thing you know, you're going to be looking at the floorboards. It was a different time,
yeah.
But definitely made its impression.
So was this Team 2, were they still doing the European workup and stuff? Were you training on skis and all that stuff?
Yeah, so you'd have your deployments to Norway and Canada. You'd have joint exercises with other coalition nations, which was good because you got to see things. I remember doing a tour with the Berlin Brigade, which was kind of interesting. The wall was still up, kind of going through Checkpoint Charlie and, doing some pretty interesting things, with the unit that was there,
Mm-hmm.
In the midst of Berlin that, still was very much the impression of World War II was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And now you had this very stark separation of, looking across the wall and seeing nothing but gray and black. And then you'd look on, the free side and it would be all these neon lights and a lot of color and movement and so forth. So I remember those days, but kind of an interesting piece of terrain to operate in, and really, kind of, wires up a whole different level of senses to be able to move in an environment like that. Just knowing that, my takeaway when I came out of there was, I couldn't put my finger on actually what was the basis for the economy there, other than the fact that everybody was following somebody. So, it was a whole kind of, societal mix of people just following other people, and, it was pretty interesting place.
Now, this is post-Vietnam. The Navy, the whole military is downsizing. I know they took guys after Vietnam. The guys got sent from the SEAL teams to the fleet. There's a guy, the Dirty Dozen from SEAL Team 1. They took guys from the SEAL team that had been in the SEAL team, made it through BUDS, And they took those guys and said, yeah, we don't need you in the SEAL teams anymore. And they sent them to the fleet. The fleet made them do it. What was that downsizing like? Were you seeing that?
You know, it was interesting because, you know, at the time, you know, Big Navy was not exactly treating, you know, naval special warfare very well. And, you know, after the war, there's a lot of questions.
And sometimes naval special warfare doesn't treat the Big Navy very well.
Well, yeah, it's a two-way street.
It's a two-way street.
And again, I guess we could have a whole show on that.
Have you read Ben Milligan's book, By Water Beneath the Walls?
Yeah, I was just with him not too long ago.
I mean, that really is just an incredible book.
Yeah.
And really lays out so much. And it shows you that even though it can be a tenuous relationship between the Big Navy and the SEAL teams and naval special warfare, ultimately when that relationship works, it's amazing. But you know, when the SEAL teams aren't needed like as much, it's very easy for them to get sloughed off to the side, and that's what was happening in the 70s.
Yeah, you know, when they're kind of, you know, reaching deep, you know, into the couch cushions and all for the coins to be able to build new ships and just even to be able to rehab ships that needed work, you know, or planes, you know, back then it was, you know, a lot of the aviation wings were you know, almost non-operational because they just couldn't keep airplanes flying. And I remember being on the ranges, you know, we would need some vehicles and we couldn't get any vehicles, so we would go out and, you know, these old, you know, beat up Jeeps and, you know, 6x and 4x, you know, we would, you know, haul them off the range and start pulling parts off them and build a whole new vehicle, you know, that, you know, we would use, you know, and it's just the way it was, you know, to throw some new paint on it and, you know, kind of, you know, go to town. But yeah, or we'd go out, you know, to camping stores and stuff, and you know, because the stuff that we were getting, and this was like a big contrast between what you see now, the kit that, you know,
they get some good gear right now.
Yeah,
it's epic.
Yeah, it is. But back then, I remember, you know, we would be spray painting red sleeping bags, you know, that, you know, were, you know, top of the line, you know, pieces of gear that just, you know, weren't our color to use operationally, so we had to kind of, you know, do our thing, and so a lot of guys would, you know, out of pocket, you know, kind of gear themselves up, you know, for the job. Back then, you know, you had some interesting activity going on. You started seeing the rise of terrorism. You know, the Red Army faction, the Red Brigade, was lifting its head up, you know, in Europe. You had some Cuban infiltration going on down in Central America, around the Canal Zone and other places. And then Africa was always, you know, a place that, you know, kind of, you know, resided below the surface, but you knew bad things were going there. You just didn't have the throw weight or the reach in Africa to you know, to understand exactly what was taking place.
So how many deployments did you do at SEAL Team 2?
Well, the deployments that I had were kind of, you know, short trips out to do, you know, training, or we would do, you know, maybe a recon op. So it wasn't the deployments in the traditional sense that we saw, you know, like I saw with my son, you know, 6 or 12 month, you know, pumps. You know, they still had the MARG going on where, you know, you'd float for a while with a, you know, a Marine detachment for 6 months. That was about it. Never made one of those. I didn't have an interest to really do one of those.
So were you guys doing basically like a deploy for purpose? Like if there was a JSET or an exercise to be done over in Europe, you'd fly over there, do the exercise, and come back home?
Exactly it.
Oh,
right,
wow.
Right. And they had a couple, you know, exchange programs going where they would send guys over for a period of time and then come back. And same with, you know, for instance, the Germans, the Brits would send folks over. Yeah. You get some Koreans, you know, ROC Marines, you know, coming over. But it was a different time. You know, the money was really tight. And so you pretty much a lot of, you know, your preparation, you know, for, you know, doing what you needed to do was, you know, done at AP Hill or you know, which, you know, in hindsight, I should have bought property there, you know, vacation property along the Rappahannock would have been beneficial. But anyway, spent a lot of time there. And then I don't think you saw the almost the the next evolution, what I would say positive evolution came after Desert One. Where you saw the stand-up of Special Operations Command, Joint Special Operations Command, and then, the establishment of our counterterrorism force, and then, all the feeders and support elements that went into that. And that was, after my time.
So you ended up getting out of active duty in what year?
78, and then stayed active reserve until 81.
When you say active reserve, does that mean you were like working every day? Is that what active reserve is?
No, you come in and you do your time
weekends.
once a month, and then come in and do a deployment or some type of training op during the summer. Then that could be a couple of weeks all the way to a couple of months, depending on where the tasking was. I was a student at the time. I was going to the university up in Philadelphia, and so I would try to spend as much time in that active summer period, or as much time as I could in the summer period on active status. So
get that money.
Yeah. I mean, it was good money.
And what were you going to school for?
Sociology and criminal justice.
Were you looking at like I'm going to be a cop?
I was looking to come back in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
were you going to try and get a commission?
Yep. Okay. I was going to come back in, but got bitten by the law enforcement bug, and next thing you know, I'm walking a beat in the Philadelphia area. Probably one of the more formative experiences that I've had in my life. As a middle class white bread dude suddenly dropped into a neighborhood where I no doubt I was the outsider.
So would you graduated from college and then you went to police academy?
No, so I was still in college, finishing up my senior year when I took on the job with the police department. So I finished my senior year over the course of 2 years, just because I had to dodge shift work and so forth. So,
how was the police academy? How long was that?
That was about 6 months.
So, did you learn anything? Was it cool? Was it mostly legal?
A lot of legal, how to operate in those environments, a lot of weapons training, which, I've been through a lot of different weapons training programs depending on what I was involved in. So you have to kind of park all your prior experience and do it their way. Otherwise, again, you draw fire, and that, literally, and you don't make friends. So it was a good experience. I mean, you had to know the law, you had to know how to maneuver in that space, and so to keep yourself out of trouble. And it was a tough department.
Where were you? So you were a beat cop.
Yep.
And where were you? What town? What city?
Just outside of Philadelphia, in a urban element called Norristown, just on the edge of Philadelphia. A real tough neighborhood or piece of terrain, and it taught me how walking the beat. Really taught me, how to kind of integrate into a neighborhood that, didn't want me. They hadn't had a beat cop in like 20 years working there. And, I got to know the people, and I just started with the basics, of just, just talking to people. I'd see, elderly, women, dragging shopping bags home from the store, and shuttling their way up the sidewalk, and I'd come up and I'd pick up their bags and carry their bags for them. Or you could have a kid that didn't have a bicycle. I'd go look for a bicycle for him, so that he could kind of be with the other kids.
So you start building relationships with the folks in the neighborhood, basically.
Yeah, and it wasn't about locking everybody up for every little freaking crime or incident. It was about being accessible, and that's kind of how what I try to share with new officers that I talk to today. They're just coming out of the academy, and I share a story that I had 3 principles that I always stuck to. Is that one was treat others the way you want to be treated, and then you got to ask that question in reverse: how do you think they want to be treated? Which we don't always ask that question. And then the second one was treat everybody with respect, no matter what. You know, a lot of them don't have control over, you know, their environments, or, you know, it's kind of what they were handed. And the third was never take somebody's dignity away. That's when you're going to get a fight. And so in doing that, you know, I think I was able to, you know, build relationships in it. And, you know, one night, you know, late afternoon, I came around the corner, and there was a pretty prominent drug dealer doing business with his gang, and came around, you know, at probably the worst time, and got caught up right in the middle of the deal, and it turned into a street brawl right there. And you know, from, you know, doing your
street brawl meaning what? Like
all out.
You grabbed the guy.
Yeah.
You tried to arrest him. People are running. People are swinging at you. Like, what happened?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, you're into it. You know, punches are flying. You're trying to, you know, drag onto people.
You got a partner with you?
No.
Just solo operation.
Solo operations. Just basically got a radio call out that I needed help. Didn't even know if it got out. And you feel people reaching for your gun, and you're trying to protect your weapon. And I just remember that, you know, things started getting dark. You know how you know everything comes in from the periphery, and it gets more narrower and narrower, and, you know, you're just trying to, you know, and probably the last thing I heard were sounds of sirens, you know, coming. But the next thing I remember is that, you know, these folks from the neighborhood were helping me back up on the street, and backup hadn't gotten there yet. And, you know, as I kind of got my balance again and kind of my wits about me, I saw, you know, three of these, you know, dudes, you know, down out cold on the street, and the fourth one was slammed up against the wall. And I remember this woman, you know, she had her finger going into his chest, and, you know, that's our cop. You don't mess with him. You know, don't ever, you know, don't ever mess with him. Next time it's going to be you down there, and you're going to be dead. You know, we're going to take care of you. Don't mess with him. And
so some of the local neighborhood people came out and saved you.
Yeah, it just came out of the woodwork. You know, they saw what was going on. You know, I mean, they didn't like this gang being, you know, operating on the street. You know, most of these gangs terrorize the locals anyway. You know, they bully them. And then, you know, when I got, and, you know, it's you know, there's a different code on the street. You know, it's all about fairness. You know, they have their own fairness code. And then when they saw me, you know, with 4-on-1, that wasn't fair. Plus, you know, I built this relationship over the prior 9 months or so, and, you know, as fast as it happened, it was over. And but it taught me a real powerful lesson. You know, and how relationships mean everything. And you know, again, you know, treating people, you know, the way they want to be treated, with respect and dignity, can take you a long way. And that's part of the thing I think I would share about leadership, you know, as a core principle is, you know, it's not to lose your compassion, not to lose your sense of, you know, empathy. Once you do that, and, you know, if you become a cold bastard, a cold leader, I think you go to a different place. You know, and that's not saying that you can't be a tough leader, but when you lose your sense of, you know, compassion and empathy, I think that puts you at higher risk for being a bad leader.
Oh, yeah. I always tell people, like, look, you can't make your decision based on emotions, but you have to put them in the calculus of the decisions that you're making. And that's not just your emotions, but the emotions of the team, too. Are they frustrated? Are they mad? Are they tired? Like, what are they feeling? And if you start doing things that don't make sense from an emotional standpoint, you're going to end up with problems. And so, look, we don't want to make our decisions based on emotion, but that doesn't mean we're devoid of emotion, because otherwise you're going to have problems. So how long did you end up staying on that, like, as a beat cop for?
For about a year, and then I got into the patrol, and then from there moved into, jumped to a different part of law enforcement, into plain clothes, working some narcotics investigations for a while, and then went into homicide. I was the youngest homicide detective on the department. So And that was experience, doing, death investigations and so forth, which is, something I can elaborate on more as we talk about, veteran suicide, unless we want to talk about it now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we get these numbers that get put out by the VA or whoever is projecting, is it a 22 veterans a day that we lose to suicide? Is it 17, whatever? As a student of statistics, I know you can manipulate numbers, but not saying, their calculus is wrong. But as a homicide detective, doing death investigations, I know that, you call your findings based on evidence. So, if you've got evidence that's a homicide, then it's a homicide. If it's a suicide, there may have been a note, there may have been some other, evidence, on scene to consider that definitely puts it into the suicide category, or an unattended death because, they had been sick or they might have cancer or it was got hit by a car. But there's this big gray area that sits in the middle where you don't have enough evidence to call it one way or the other, but yet it's an unattended death. And so I think that there's an undercounting of what really exists. And then there's this other piece that comes in, and it's part of the reality, is that because suicide is such a stigma in our society that I think is starting to soften. But you have somebody that's taken their life, and then you look at the family, and sometimes the way you classify a situation like that may not be a suicide in order to protect the family, because the family will have nothing if it's declared a suicide. Very often they will not get insurance, they will not get other benefits, and then have to live with potentially the stigma of that suicide. So I just throw that out there. It's kind of out of this sequence of what we're talking about, but my homicide experience definitely, I think, has given me credibility to go back at some of those numbers that are being projected every year by the VA and others that probably not an accurate picture of how many we're actually losing, and because each state reports differently, we don't have a national database that actually records these suicides in a common format. So there's a lot of, like I said, gray area for those numbers to be pulled in different directions.
Yeah. When you're in that job of homicide detective, like how many homicides are there? Like how many cases are you working at a time? Is it in the area you were working? Was it like one murder a month? Was it 10? What was it like?
It comes ebbs and flows. Holidays are the worst, but basically you're taking caseloads. You might have 3 or 4 homicides that you may be working in at a time, depending on the caseload, availability of manpower. Some of the cases are pretty clear cut. A dispute that goes bad between 2 people that know each other versus probably the hardest investigations where you have a situation where somebody comes in from outside the area, is not known, doesn't really leave a lot of signatures as far as their presence there, and winds up killing somebody, and you're trying to figure out who may be responsible, and they've already left the area, and very little trace as to who or what they were.
What does that do to your when you're coming home at night and you've just been looking at whatever crime scenes, murder scenes all day? What's that like coming home at night?
Well, I can tell you that you're human too, and so as much as you build up some insulation and you try to inoculate yourself and stay professional, it does kind of wear on you. And because of my medical background, I would get all the homicides or suspicious death investigations that involve kids, and that was tough to deal with, and it almost caused some problems with my marriage because having contact with these type of scenarios, I didn't want to bring any kids into the world, whereas my wife, she wanted to have kids, and I didn't want to have kids for a period of time. So, at some point I made the decision to move on, and that's when I applied to the Secret Service and the FBI, and subsequently was hired in as a special agent with the Secret Service.
When you're talking about kids getting killed, like what's a scenario where a kid gets murdered? Is this child abuse gone to an extreme? Is that like the most common thing?
Yeah, what I see are parents that aren't prepared to be parents. A lot of them have been raised up in households that there was a lot of abuse, so they didn't know any better. So you get your shaken baby syndrome, or a kid wouldn't stop crying. And I remember one case, the father had stuffed a stuffed toy down the kid's throat, a toddler's throat. In other cases, they would burn the kid to try to get him to stop, screaming or yelling. And in some cases, it was, believe it or not, the parent, felt that the kid was taking all their attention away from the other parent. And so, in their, kind of limited way of processing, eliminating the competition. I mean, it's pretty, and then you'd have the neglect scenarios where they wouldn't feed the kid, or they keep the kid locked up in a room, or, so tough cases.
How do you kind of control yourself? I've always said I'd be the worst cop ever, because like I run into a situation like that, I feel like it'd be very difficult to see a parent that clearly had killed their own kid or burned their own kid to death. That's got to be an exercise in restraint unlike any other.
Yeah, I mean, you got to reach deep. I'll be honest with you. You definitely want to exercise some street justice in those scenarios. And, how could anybody fault you for it? Some cases, the individual that's responsible has got some, serious mental health issues, and like I said, may have some family extension, some experiences on how they were raised. They don't know any different, but yet that's hard to kind of justify and resolve, when you're in the heat of that investigation and you're seeing the consequence of that abusive behavior. It's tough. It's tough, and a lot of times you lean on each other to kind of keep yourselves, from falling into that, and not unlike, in some cases, the battlefield. When you experience a horrible situation where you lose a teammate, and the immediate reaction is to exercise that immediate justice, and how do you control that?
Yeah, no, that's definitely something that from a leadership perspective, you gotta make sure you're keeping control of the guys, because that if the emotional reaction is allowed, then it's going to be a problem, and guys are going to get in trouble. That's something that every leader's got to contend with to make sure that they're keeping that in check. How long had you been married for? What year did you get married?
81, when I was in the police academy.
Okay, and so after this horrible job, I mean, for all practical purposes, you decide to get out of law enforcement and you go into Secret Service. Is that when you went to Secret Service?
Which is still a quasi law enforcement,
right,
federal law enforcement. So I got into the Secret Service, went through their training, which was 6+ months of training. To me, I call them the special operations of law enforcement, just by the way they behave, the way they operate. They're not a 9-to-5 job. Most of my career I lived out of, a kit bag, because we were on the move all the time, and got to give credit to my wife for raising my 2 kids, but because
I know there's different parts of the Secret Service. What job What job did you have when you went in the Secret Service?
So initially I started up in the Philadelphia field office as a special agent working criminal investigations.
And they do what? Counterfeiting money?
They do counterfeiting. They do fraud investigations. Basically, they're responsible for protecting the integrity of our monetary system here in the United States, which is both involves paper money and digital funds. So they get into a lot of fraud investigations and counterfeiting. Was really kind of a street level crime that we would get. It's almost like dope.
Mm-hmm.
You get down on the street levels dealing with people who are passing bad money, and got take you into some interesting investigations. Credit card fraud, again, it's another money instrument. They had an intelligence arm, which protective intelligence arm, which would deal with any threats against the president, vice president, or anybody in a senior leadership position. And then they had other specialty units that, depending on, the assignment, would come into play. But protection was really what the agency was known for. Protecting the president, protecting the vice president, heads of state, or anybody else that's designated, by presidential order. You would have to, build that protection element around them, and that was a 24/7 job. So, a lot of holidays away from home, birthdays.
So did you work in each one of those different categories at some point?
I did. Yeah. So my span of service was from the Reagan administration through Bush 43.
Were you on duty when Reagan got shot?
I was not.
Was that prior to?
Actually, that was one of my motivators for applying to the Secret Service, and right after that's when I applied, and eventually got processed in.
So where are you? So you're a pretty old dude at this point to be starting out in that job. Am I right?
Yeah.
Because you went in the Navy in 74? 73? So you're like 10 years older than the other people, maybe 12 years older?
Yeah.
Just the old guy on campus, huh?
But, never thought of it, that way. I mean, I'm in my late 60s now, and as I shared with you earlier, I'm a firefighter paramedic with the city of Annapolis.
Wait, how old are you? Late 60s? How old are you?
68.
68. And you're an active duty, full-time firefighter?
Yeah.
Paramedic?
Mm-hmm.
Doing calls?
Yep.
Getting after it?
Working a 24-hour schedule on, 72-hour schedule off. Work with a bunch of great men and women in Annapolis, and they keep me young.
Uh-huh.
It's that tribal connection.
What do you talk about tangential? So what kind of workouts are you doing?
At this age, a lot of it's aerobic. You're doing some strength workout basically to keep yourself toned, but not with the heavy weights that I used to do.
You still do pull-ups and push-ups and dips?
Oh yeah. I can't do as many as I used to, but I use a lot of weight resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Training.
So if you're doing a workout, how many pull-ups are you doing in a workout?
About 10.
10 at a time?
At a time.
So you'll do like sets of 10?
No, I'll do 10, and then if I feel like I can't get that full 10, then I'll use like a
band or whatever.
A band to try to continue to work that resistance and that strength. But I had some shoulder surgery, so I had to complete reconstruction of my shoulder a couple of years ago. So that's taken a while to come back. But so probably use the bands more than I would like to. But it's
you're on the comeback trail.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's failure's not an option. I mean, I learned a long time ago investment, in your health and your fitness, and I think it's a testimonial where I am today. I'm still doing what I want to do. I still have well, it depends on who you ask. I mean, I still think, my head's, back in my 20s and 30s, which can get me into trouble because I still think I can do stuff. Whereas my wife will tell you that, no, it's my head's in a lot younger, probably adolescent, period. But, she's, when I came out of the service, I met her. I was working as a paramedic in the Philadelphia area while I was going to school, and she was a brand new emergency room nurse, ripe for the picking. And so, one thing led to another. We got married, so she's, kind of been in the business too, but if you ever come in contact with any emergency room nurses, they suffer no fools. I mean, they see a lot too, and so I've gotten away with very little in my life. She keeps me pretty humble.
What about food? What are you eating?
I try to stay away from sugar. Coffee, I drink black coffee. I don't, pour any stuff into it. A lot of fruit, fiber, meat. I've been pushing away from meat lately and trying to get, I love fish, any type of fish, chicken. So I try to, find a balanced, diet, which I feel better. And I don't eat as much as I used to. I used to,
You used to get your Philly cheesesteaks on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but then you feel like a load afterwards. And so I think the older you get, there are changes in your body, your metabolism. So you got to stay on top of that if you want to feel good.
You run every day?
No, I don't run every day. I'm really trying to preserve my knees. They took a pretty hard hit up in New York on 9/11. We can get into that, but since that time, my running has really kind of feathered down to where I love to run. I love to run outside. I hate to run on a treadmill, but I'll use an elliptical more. I get in the pool and swim, which I think is probably the best exercise these days. For me, besides my Chuck Norris Total Gym. That I have at home.
You got the Chuck Norris Total Gym. That's something's kind of like a Pilates situation, isn't it? Echo Charles?
Yeah.
Fitness expert?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like you're using pulleys to kind of drag your body weight up and down. You can set at different levels.
And I'll tell you what, I'm plugging, his kit, but you get a pretty good workout.
How long have you been on the Chuck Norris Total Body Workout Program?
About 3 years.
We're going to sell some Chuck Norris
Total Gym.
Total Gym workouts. I mean, Chuck Norris is in good shape. How old is Chuck Norris?
I don't know.
I mean, he was in the Air Force in Vietnam, so he's at least 70, right?
Yeah.
70 plus.
Yeah.
He's still getting after it.
Yeah, I think it's about, continuing to pay it forward, eating right. Sleep is big. Sleep, is challenging as you get older because your sleep patterns change, but still sleep is really important. So, I've got a couple wearables that, kind of tell me how I'm sleeping. Of course, when I'm working a firefighting shift, you know how that goes, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I mean, the other night I worked when I flew out of here yesterday, I had just gotten off a shift and it just seemed that, I swore to my partner that every time my head went in contact with the pillow in the bunk room, we got toned out for a call, and I swore that the dispatch center had some type of sensor in my pillow, could see when I had put my head down because they would pop us out again. Yeah. So, sometimes you get the bear and the bear gets you, know. But so it's.
So what capacity were you in? You just mentioned 9/11. What capacity were you in? Were you with the Secret Service at that time?
Yeah. So I had, as you said, started at Philadelphia. And from Philadelphia, I went down and took a job in our training division. After being with the service about 3 years, I took over their emergency medicine training program. All the agents are trained in emergency medicine at different levels, all the way from first responder to EMT to they have a cadre of paramedics, and then and part of that's because we recognized early on that you got to keep your operational force healthy. And if they're gone down because they're sick or they're hurt, and working the schedules that we worked, that can happen pretty quickly. And then with all the overseas deployments, you're in places that you're not in a 911 system.
And this is because you're going Advon to go because the president's visiting wherever, and you're going Advon, checking it out, setting everything up, and then he's there. If you're on that team, you're there while he's there. And then he leaves, and then you pack up and go to the next place?
Yeah, and it's not always with the president. I mean, it could be the national security advisor that you're traveling with. Like right now we have, the activity going on in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had done a lot of time, in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip back, when they were brokering peace in the mid '90s, with Arafat and the Israelis, and so interesting working with the Shin Bet and Mossad,
Mm-hmm.
In that environment. But
what would you go into Gaza and do?
Well, because we, again, by presidential order, we were directed to protect the U.S. envoy that was trying to broker the peace agreement back then. So we would, go into Gaza to meet with Arafat at his headquarters. And that was
what was your assessment back then?
It was a Wild West show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously we go in under the protection of the Israeli Defense Forces, but we were partnered up with the Shin Bet, and we would go in for these meetings, and while we're having the meetings, somebody's cranking off an AK-47 in the background. You hear explosions and so forth. I remember one time we were trekking to one of
So
the.
this is like early '90s,
mid '90s.
mid '90s.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking Bill Clinton.
94, 95.
95.
Yep.
Tracking.
Yep. So, we get into that. That was an experience. Another time, I'm with a national security advisor, in the middle of Africa, in Burundi, Rwanda, Zaire. The Tutsis and the Hutus were slaying each other, by the thousands.
I was off the coast of Rwanda at that time in a SEAL platoon, get on standby, all spun up, ready to go help out. They didn't send us though.
Yeah, we rolled in there, a small element of us that had tactical background. The guy from a couple guys that former tier 1 guys who were agents, and then myself, and I had the tactical medical background too, and then a fourth guy that came out of SF. Were the protection element for this envoy that was trying to get in between these two warring tribes. And I'll never forget, we get on the ground in an unmarked plane. We had worked our way in through Europe, down through, top of Africa, and doing refueling stops, land at this airport that, there's smoke coming up and crashed airplanes at the end of runway. And we jump into some vehicles, and I remember heading to the embassy, and we get there, and it was it's like, we pull up and we get out and we go again, and there's like this little, like metal, door into a bigger door that slides aside and says, who is it? And here, our embassy staff had been hunkered down behind the walls and hadn't gone outside. And anyway, we wind up going to a field hospital that had the day before had been attacked, and people had been pretty, butchered up. It was an environment that, no matter where you went, every house had a bullet hole or an RPG hit. It's pretty, bodies strewn all over the place. Just rotting out.
Yeah, it's 800,000 Tutsis killed in 100 days.
Yeah,
it's like one of the most efficient exterminations of human life in history. It is in total insanity.
And I remember we ran into element of French Foreign Legion, and they said, what are you guys doing here? And we told them. They said, you got to be kidding me. We don't even go out there. So again, sometimes you find yourself at places that you just say to yourself, and we had our own E&E plan, and it was going to be a violent push out if we had to. The four of us had kind of made a pact that, if things go bad, we're going to take as many of them as we can. But we were going to push out and try to get to the lake, and then commandeer a boat and, put some distance between us. But, we had a number of sites that we had gone to that were pretty, to say the least, sketchy. But again, the job took you to a lot of different places that, you never hear about, you never talk about, as far as media coverage.
Are they looking for a dude like you that's going to do those gigs, and meanwhile, like Mr. Clean Cut dude's going to get the presidential detail running alongside the limo.
I've done that too. So,
okay, so it doesn't matter. You're going to get those jobs.
It depends on who's got the skills, and again, it was another opportunity to work with a high caliber group of folks that just were very professional. So fortunate to come out of the teams, do that. I had my basic street law enforcement experience, which gave me a whole different side of life, but then Secret Service was pretty, like I said, I equate them to the special ops of law enforcement. Nobody operates like the Secret Service does. They obviously they drew some attention a number of years ago. They're not without stumbling, but they don't get a second chance. They got to do it right the first time, all the time, especially when it comes to the protection of the president.
So you have this wide range of experiences now, and what's your duty? What was your duty on September 11th? Where were you? What was going on?
So I was up in the New York field office as a senior supervisor.
So that's where you were actually stationed? You had moved to New York?
Yep. Okay. Our largest field office, because the UN's up there. A lot of foreign heads of state coming into New York.
And now you're married?
And,
you got 2 kids at this time?
I got 2 kids. My daughter was, I think, 15 at the time. My son was 13 or 14.
Where in New York? Do you live in New York? Where do you live?
No, I lived in Jersey, just west of the city, in a town called Chatham and Summit, which literally, because it was called Summit, had a little bit of higher elevation and had an unobstructed view of the whole New York City skyline, which is important because on that day, I just basically followed my routine. I would get up early in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. I, have my workout gear, and I, get into the field office. The whole objective was getting through the tunnel before it got clogged up. Mm-hmm. So I'd get into the field office, and then I'd go for a run along the Hudson. And I was a pretty good runner, and that's how I got my day going. Come back into the gym, start pumping some iron, And I remember that day I was running back, and I remember looking up at the towers, and it was just a beautiful sight. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The towers were just pristine, just shining. The sun was shining off of them. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, we're so lucky that nothing's happened. I mean, it's just this is one of the days you just live for. And the reason I said that, because I had been in New York in '93, right after the first bombing, mm-hmm. and saw the destruction there and how close, our adversaries came to drop in the building that mm-hmm. day, which, it came pretty close. But yet the experience of that particular incident calculated into what happened later that day on 9/11. I got back off my run. I was in the shower, stepping out, stark naked, and all of a sudden the lights flickered, and I started razzing the guys. Secret Service agents, they're at the wet sink. They got their hair dryers going, because their hair's got to be in the right place. And I said to them, you're going to light yourself up, with those dryers and all that water. And the next thing you know, somebody came over the speakers and said, hey, there's been a massive explosion in Tower 1. And then came back and said, hey, this is not a drill. And within 30 seconds of that, they said, evacuate the building. This is not a drill. We've had a major explosion in Tower 1. Of course, our office was in Tower 7, which was, besides Tower 1 and Tower 2, which are the two, notable mm-hmm. World Trade Center buildings. Tower 7 was a 49-story building right next to Tower 1. And so I remember, everybody's running out, their boxer shorts, whatever, grabbing clothes. I remember going back to my locker and, put my, suit back on, tied my tie, got, and I walked out and walked down to my office and I was able to look out the window and look up at Tower 1, and I could see the fire just boiling out of, Tower 1. And at that point, the agent in charge came by my office and said he was evacuating everybody to a certain location, down the street. And I said to him, look, because of my, prior law enforcement and EMS experience, I said, look, I'll go down with Ford Police and Fire Command and be your, I'll make contact with them and let you know what's going on. So I grabbed a bunch of radios and pagers and so forth, and I had an NYPD radio with me and went down. First of all, I broke all the rules in the sense that, I went to the stairwell and it was all jammed up full of people. And I said, there's no freaking way I'm getting down, to the street here. So I went to the elevator, and they tell you never go to the elevator when you have to evacuate a building. But I pushed the button, door opened up, nobody was on it, took it right to the first floor, and next thing I know, I'm out. And I'm walking out, in front of World Trade 7 towards Building 1. And something had distracted me, and I don't know what it was. I think it was a sound or something, and I had stopped and turned just as an ungodly thud hit, right in front of, where I was about to walk. And here it was somebody that had, just jumped out of the building from the upper floor. Definitely would have killed me, instantly. And that was just kind of like, holy shit, what is happening? And debris falling on the street, and you look up, and this, it's just this unconscionable sight of it's surreal sight of people just raining out of the sky, and you just say, what's going on? And so I was able to get with Police and Fire Command. Our people, again, because they were medically trained, are running in trying to help with evacuation and get, injured people out and get them to triage areas, which, equipment was just starting to arrive. We had a firehouse that was on the perimeter of the World Trade Center complex. They were probably first on the scene from the fire department. Police are constantly there. And got with Police and Fire Command, to try to get a sense of what's going on. And I can tell you, we weren't sure that a plane had hit the building. We're still in the middle of that early chaos, of, hey, what's actually going on here, and that's when, I heard this sound of, projected energy, coming at us, and that's when the second plane, hit Tower 2 from the opposite side. And it was like a shotgun blast, all that debris and everything else. I remember like Volkswagen-sized pieces of stuff coming at us, and yelling, "Hey, run for cover, get down!" And just as this stuff just started raining on the street, later found out that one of the engines had gone right over the top of us and had embedded in the street a couple blocks behind. But so when that happened, it was a defining moment in that event, because we went from having one major catastrophic incident that needed to rally Police and Fire Command together in order to deal with it, now to split operations, which then really caused set in motion a lot of confusion and really stretched resources. And I remember I had a team of agents with me, and we were moving towards the plaza, which was in between the two buildings, to try to, again, help evacuate some people and get them out. And that's when somebody started yelling. It was right before we got up onto the plaza. Somebody started yelling, run, it's coming down, and had no idea what was going on, but just started hearing this ungodly rumble start. And we could not see the top of the towers from where we are, because all the wind was blowing the smoke over the top of us. So we were, with our ability to see the top of the towers was obstructed. And I remember diving under a fire truck, and the next thing you know, just this horrific rumble and just vibration and just this almost undescribable feeling. And then everything went black, and then you couldn't breathe. And I remember, crawling out from underneath, this truck and over the top of somebody, and it just I had to throw my face into my armpit to try to breathe, because the air was just so thick with dust, and you could barely make out anything. Just some small fires that were burning on the street, some headlights that were on. And then eventually it started clearing to the point where you could start making out corners of buildings and so forth. And I started yelling for my team, and slowly we started to reconstitute each other, and saying what just happened. Obviously some type of collapse had happened, and fires were starting in the street from. So when the buildings came down, anything that was lighter than air blew out of the building. So papers, cloth, you name it, and settled onto the ground. And then the jet fuel, the burning jet fuel, started igniting that, which then started igniting, gas tanks in the cars that were parked along the streets. And then, so we're and you're losing all track of time, and you lose communications. All our communications kind of shit the bed, and it got down, to the point of what you could physically see and reach. Next thing you know, someone's yelling, Tower One, and I started hearing this sound of this metal failing, and again, the wind was blowing, everything over the top of us. All I could remember seeing was the big spike tower, radio tower on top of Tower One, and just in a brief break of the clouds and the smoke, I looked at up at this needle, and the next thing you know, I started seeing it leaning, and at that point, everyone started yelling, "Run for cover! Run for cover!" I went behind a building, and same thing just happened, that happened before. Everything went dark, clouded up with a bunch of dust and smoke, and eventually started seeing things again, pulled the team back together, and a lot more fire on the street now. It's almost like a wall of fire that surrounded this whole World Trade Center complexes, as again, more paper and cloth and stuff came down on the street, more vehicles on fire, and we could see there's some people that were trying to get out from deeper inside the complex, and we were within proximity of this old fire engine that was hooked up to a hydrant. And I remember, saying to the guys, "Hey, grab some hoses. I'm going to see if I can get this thing working." And with a little bit of knowledge that I had from, being a volunteer firefighter back in the day, I got this, the pump working, and we started, knocking down some of the fire so we could create a path for these people to get out. And next thing you know, we get alerted to a bunch of people that were seriously injured, in one of the other buildings in the World Trade Center. Get in there, and there was a fireman and a complex worker that were, badly injured and traumatized, and some other, folks that were fortunately still walking wounded. I remember telling my guys, "Hey, we got to get these guys out of here. Got to get them some help." And they found an ambulance from New York Presbyterian Hospital, because up there it's not only the fire department that responds to emergencies, it's also the hospital-based units, and it had all its windows blown out of it, but had the keys in the ignition. I don't know where the medics were, but we loaded these people onto the litter and onto the bench seat and piled as many as we could into the ambulance. And this is the first time that I had physically touched somebody that day, because I've been trying to stay in a command and control position with my team. But two of these folks were really in bad. One wasn't breathing, another one was in bad shape, and got a Port Authority police officer off duty who came in. I guess was leaving this, his job when all this took place, hopped up in the front seat. I got another agent and two with me in the back, and then we start heading down to the Battery Park area, south of the Manhattan, where the Port Authority officer said he had heard that they were setting up a triage area. And we're driving down, through the street, and I'll never forget, all this wind and stuff is blowing right through the ambulance. I mean, because we had no windows. And we get down to the battery, and next thing you know, people come running up to us, and it was just such a contrast from where we had just come from, like 10, 15 blocks up, where now we're down into this area that's pristine, it's green, there's color, people are opening up the doors, we're all covered with soot, got blood running down, our faces, we've got these, bad casualties in the ambulance, and as soon as the door opened up and they looked in at us, I mean, you could see the shock on their face, like, holy cow, what's going on up there? And so we wound up passing them off to the folks down at, the medical teams down at the battery, and then I tried to get back up to the scene because my folks were still up there, and I wanted to take the ambulance back up there, and they wouldn't let me, so I freaking, down the road comes this NYPD motor officer, and I get stopped right in front of him, and he slams his brakes on, and he says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'll tell you what you're going to do. He says, you're going to get me back up there. I got people up there." And he said, "All right, man, hop on." So next thing you know, we're scootering our way up, back into the scene where I reconnected with my guys, lost all track of time, lost about 3 hours, was there when our building came down, about 5 o'clock that night, but after about 3 o'clock, we weren't finding any more people alive, and about 5 o'clock, our building came down because when Tower 1 came down, it leaned over into Tower 7, and part of Tower 1 carved out the front of, Building 7. The fire got in there, and because the city had lost so many firefighters and police officers and their equipment, there was nobody there to fight it. Mm-hmm. So eventually that fire chewed away at the base of Tower 1, and the weight of the building just, brought it down about 5:30 that night. And I wound up, on the scene for a while, and then got, my team and I got back to a place where we heard that they were, rallying up our field office people. Got there, and they had set up decon, and, by then, I'm covered, with all this, you probably saw the videos and stuff, and wound up, the only thing that was, the clothes they had were like, XXL, So I put, I looked like Gumby by the time, I was tying knots in the clothes and all, and I knew I had to get home because I had been reported missing, to my family. And that whole time that this is going on, my kids, of course, everyone immediately gets alerted that something's going on. My wife was a nurse paramedic, and she was working a heart attack victim in somebody's living room, and turned and saw what was happening on the TV and almost lost it while she's trying to treat this patient. My kids, of course, a lot of the kids that they went to school with were parents were Wall Streeters and worked in the World Trade Center, and the word went out, and next thing you know, the kids are running out of school. But my son witnesses this from the hillside, west of the city, and I get reported as missing, and I knew I had to get home, and so I walked through the door about midnight that night, and the look on their faces when they looked at me was like, my eyes were beet red. I had, cuts and scratches all over me. And, they just, we just hugged, and just kind of cried. And I would tell you, Jocko, it was the first time that day that I actually realized that both buildings had come totally down. Because where we were positioned, we just didn't have that situational awareness of what had happened. It wasn't real yet, but I watched it on TV, and that's when right after I got home, and that's the first, kind of acknowledgement or realization that, I had been in the middle of that, probably not close enough to lose my life, though I came close about 5 times that day, definitely, but far enough out that we could still do what we needed to do. And so I wound up being the Ground Zero supervisor for the Secret Service and part of the Joint Task Force that was dealing with the rescue and recovery. And a couple weeks after that day, so
does that mean you're going into work the next day? You're going right back down there?
Oh yeah. I just came home, got about 4 or 5 hours sleep. Had gotten a Suburban from our Newark field office, which was across the river. I had to get back down there, to kind of, understand what happened, protect our which our office got destroyed, but we had a lot of equipment and so forth that was subsurface down in the garages and so forth. That was very sensitive material. And then next thing you know, I was asked to brief the president, that Friday, Bush 43, when he came to Ground Zero, and that's, is the famous, picture of him standing on top of the pile with a megaphone. Mm-hmm. But I briefed him, what it was like to be on the street that day, and I said to him, it's just a matter of whether you stepped right or left, often determined whether you lived or died that day. And so, going back and forth to Ground Zero over the next couple of weeks, and my wife, hits me up and says, "Hey, something's wrong with Ryan." And my son, is about, like I said, about 14, and he's not talking. He's staying up in his room. He looks depressed. So I went up to see him and said, "What's going on?" And he says, "Look, I want you to take me down to Ground Zero. I need to understand what happened." And again, he had witnessed all this from the hillside, west of the city. So I said, "Well, I don't think that's a good idea, and your mom's not going to go for it." And he said, "Look, Dad, I just need to know what happened." But something, how your gut talks to you sometimes, mm-hmm. and you can't really put, a lot of, common sense or logic. But something told me, all right, I needed to do this. So I kind of made a pact with him. Look, I'll take you down there, but if I sense that you're not dealing with this, we're out of there, no questions asked. Because by 2 weeks out, it's a pretty nasty place, and by then they figured out that the air was probably not good to breathe, So now everybody was wearing respirators and helmets and stuff, which was good, because I took them down there and I dressed them up all that in a police jacket, and we walked around for about 3.5 hours, because the debris field was so extensive. And that's what people just don't understand, is when that happened and those buildings came down, the breadth of debris and destruction went blocks beyond the World Trade Center. And so I told them where things were that day and what I was doing, and even then it was kind of hard for me to kind of resolve it in my own head, because everything looked so different. And just a tremendous amount of destruction, a lot of people working the pile trying to recover what they could recover, and there wasn't much to recover. It had gone from a rescue into a recovery operation then. And anyway, fast forward, I get pulled back to the White House to take over security operations. So on December 7th was my last day at Ground Zero, and I'll never forget, they were pulling an I-beam out of the ground, and as they were pulling it out of the ground, they were hosing it down, and it was steaming like, there was still fire, boiling underground, and I'll never forget that. Came back, started back at the White House, and
so is this a new assignment at this point?
Yeah.
So your family are up and moving?
Yep, and all that. They didn't want to go. Job said, you know the deal. Mm-hmm. Pack it up. Put it in the truck, and
Ryan's what, a freshman in high school at this point?
Yeah. So he comes back to we came back to the Annapolis area where we had lived before. We got transferred up to New York, and he finished out high school. He was he worked for a neighbor of mine that had a diving salvage company, which I think was pretty important. He was, diving year round, in the Chesapeake Bay, doing, scut work, scraping the bottoms of, rich people's sailboats, and, changing out zincs and finding stuff that was, but he was doing it year round. But he graduated high school, and I said,
was he playing sports in high school? What was he doing? Would he like high school?
Yeah, so lacrosse was, it's a big lacrosse, so he's doing some lacrosse, and but he liked making money, so he was in the water a lot, and then he worked with my daughter, who was about a year and a half older than him. They worked at a restaurant in Annapolis, and so, but I said to him, look, after he graduated, I said, I give you a year to figure this out, but at that point, I'm going to show you the door. And, a little tough love, So he came home about 6 months, about 9 months later. And
so this is after he graduated high school?
After he graduated from high school. We're down in the Annapolis area, having transferred.
And he's just, once he graduates high school, he's diving, he's making money, working in the restaurant.
Yep. And had been doing that, since we had, moved back while we were still in high school. But now this is, pretty much all he was doing, and souping up his car and doing, So anyway, I he comes home one day and he says, I just enlisted in the Navy. And I said, you did what? Yeah, I enlisted in the Navy. And, oh, by the way, I volunteered for the SEAL program. And just then I look over to my wife, and she's reaching into the knife drawer, and all I see is this edged weapon coming out, and I'm thinking, and she's saying to, this is your fault, and so.
Did he talk to you about it at all beforehand?
Not really. So I said to him, look, do you know what you're getting yourself into? He says, yeah, I know what I'm getting myself into. The
correct statement is you don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah.
But
that's where I was going with it. I said, well, I tell you what, I'm gonna have you talk to some folks. And so I got a hold of, Annapolis is a big town. In Naval Academy's there. A lot of, frogmen, roll through there. And we had some friends that sponsored, guys that went to the teams, while they were in the academy, and we had sponsored some. So I hooked them up with some of the guys that had just come out of theater. And I said to them, hey, look, unvarnished, tell him what it's like, and don't sugarcoat it. And so he sat down with them, and, after they were done, I said, okay, what do you think? He says,
100%.
100%. Yes,
he went from 99.9 to 100%.
Yeah. So...
yeah, it's a thing. You think you're dissuading someone when you tell them what it's about, and if they already have that mindset, it's just more.
But I asked him, Jocko, so why are you doing this? And he said, because I don't ever want to have happened on 9/11 to ever happen again. He says, I'm going to be part of the solution, and that is a response that I've heard from so many of the men and women that. Following 9/11, who stood up on the line, raised their hand, and said they were going to be part of the solution, and off he went, to the Navy, to Buds.
How were you feeling when he went to Buds? Do you feel like he was ready for it?
He was running, he was working out. Obviously, he kind of, sensitized himself. The diving, I think, was a real.
Oh, that's definitely helpful.
Was key. But he got there, and by then I had retired out of the Secret Service, and I had gotten hooked back into Department of Defense, into the Joint IED Defeat Organization, called it JIATO.
Yeah, the JIATO was a huge component of what was going on in the fights overseas. Basically, for people that don't know what that was, it was a place where they were taking all the various IED intelligence and kind of putting it all together and collaborating that intelligence, putting it into forms where we could use it overseas, take that information and try and keep guys safe. That's what JIATO was. It was a huge effort because at that time, I want to say about 75% of the casualties in Iraq, I don't know what the number was in Afghanistan, but in Iraq, 75% of the casualties were from IEDs, roadside bombs primarily. And so there'd been a huge effort to do something about that. And that effort resulted in the formation of the JIATO, which was just focused on defeating IEDs overseas. And so what was your job there?
So I got, it was almost like a black van pulled up, alongside me one day, and this giant arm reaches out, and it's retired 4-star Monty Miggs, who, was leading the organization at the time. And the organization had morphed from a task force in the basement of the Pentagon to now an ad hoc organization that the president and SecDef had stood up because, as you said, there was a weapon system that the enemy was using against us, and this was causing, the majority of our men and women that had, they were coming home, and flag draped coffins were exposed to the IEDs and coming home with these horrible amputations and disfiguring wounds. They had to get on top of this. It was paralyzing our maneuver on the battlefield. So, I said to Monty Miggs, who passed away a couple years ago, he was a big brain guy, great leader. I said, why me? And he says, I need somebody to help me think about this in a different way. And he says, you come from an organized crime background, and so, at that point they were starting to realize that they had up-armored, they had, built robots, they had, worked on all the hardware stuff that they could, and had harvested or picked the low-hanging fruit, and they realized that they had to go after the human factor side of this, and so, which meant going after the extremist networks and the bombing networks. So that's when you started seeing a lot of the law enforcement techniques, tactics, and procedures, their TTPs, coming into play, where we started enrolling, military age males and other folks that, were detained with biometrics. We started collecting fingerprints. We started collecting, their photos and other identifying information. Iraq was a little bit easier because of the Oil for Food program database that they had, gave us a lot of information about their population. Afghanistan was a totally different story. And so I went into it. I was, on the ground floor building a platform called the Counter IED Operations and Intelligence Integration Center. We called it the COIC. And it was a big brain of data that we had put together in a non-disclosed location out in Northern Virginia with a lot of active duty and contractor personnel to staff it. A lot of them came out of special operations, and we started to pull the thread on these networks that were employing IEDs. And we realized that we weren't going to win this at the point of the blast. We needed to get to the left of it, and that's where the organized crime piece came out of it, and the recognition that we had to follow the money. We had to look at their transport networks. We had to look at their supply chain. We had to look at how they were recruiting, what their motivations were in any given part of the battle space. But even more so, we had to recognize that we had to build a relationship with the units that were forward, because they were the last tactical mile. They had the best, optic of what was going on or what they were confronting. And so I made the decision that we were going to project people forward. So, 25%, 30% of my workforce went forward to sit in the 2 and 3 shops, the intelligence operations shops. And what, my model that, kind of broke the parochial way, that the doctrinal way that, military intelligence does stuff was, my folks forward were, and I took a page out of JSOC's playbook for this. You have to send your best people forward, which means it's going to hurt you, and it's going to make things uncomfortable, in the rear, and send them forward and give them the power to make decisions and make things happen. So my philosophy was, we worked the problem from the edge back, not from,
The rear.
The rear forward.
Yep.
You know, where everyone was going home at night, back into a warm, comfortable bed, you know, getting 3 hot meals and, you know, some playtime. The people who, you know, I sent forward were my scouts out, were my sensors, were my liaisons with the forward commanders. And that's where, you know, we made the money, building those relationships and feeding them information that they combined with what they were seeing in order to develop, you know, situational awareness to outline and map, you know, the bombing networks, which all had their own little style and fingerprint, you know, and it was successful, very, very successful. And so the reason I say all that is because it brought me back to the community, which now my son was deployed in these areas. Mm-hmm. So I had skin in the game. And
how'd that feel? I mean, at this time, now we're getting it. So first, your son goes to Buds. Was he a decent enough runner? Was he obviously he was good in the water. Did he have any issues? Was there any problems? Or did he do all right?
So, you know, nothing's without some adventure.
I was going to say, and the thing is, you either make it or you don't, right?
That's
right.
right.
There's very few people that breeze through SEAL training. So there's going to be issues, but how'd he do?
Yeah, he did well, and of course you hear, you know the backstory mm-hmm. after, unfortunately, after he passes, is when I hear a lot of the backstory on you know how you did and how people thought of him, but he went into training. He was the middle of the pack guy. Mm-hmm. You know, he like I said, he was pretty. Situationally aware, you know, he never wanted to be out front. He never wanted to be last. He blended into the middle, and he was a smart guy. But he went into Hell Week with a stress fracture in his leg. They were doing log PT. They bobbled the log. He went, you know, out of instinct, went to kind of support it, came down on his leg. So I remember him calling me right before he started Hell Week, and he says, my leg is like, you know, and I said, he says, you're going to get it checked out? And he said, fuck no. I said, there's no way I'm going to medical with this. Yeah. Which I wasn't surprised, you know. And I said, okay, look, man, just, you know, ice it the best you can, you know, try to give it as much rest. Don't go out and do anything crazy. And so he went into Hell Week with this stress fracture on his leg. Well, through the course of Hell Week, he is compensating, shifting his body weight, mm-hmm. doing whatever. Anyway, you know, he started taking some heat from his boat crew. You know, hey, man, you're not carrying your weight. And he's not saying anything. He just tries to adjust and continue. Anyway, they get to Friday, and you know, they secure Hell Week, and then everybody collapses, you know, and they start, you know, picking them. And Mullen secured their Hell Week, Admiral Mullen.
Okay, yeah.
And so
the chief of naval operations at the time.
Yeah. So anyway, I forget how many he still had, you know, left in his group, but they had lost a lot too, and so everyone's picking themselves off the beach, and he's not getting up. So, you know, they help him up, and they help him back to his room. You know, he gets cleaned up, and he's laying in his rack. He's not getting out of his rack. Everybody's, you know, going over for chow.
Is this 2005? Was he in Buds in 2005?
6.
2006.
6, 7. Yeah, 6, 7. And anyway, they realize something's not right. So they wind up, you know, he's got a lot of pain in his back. They take him over to the Naval Hospital, San Diego, and they get him into, you know, a CAT scan, PET scan, and his whole back lights up like the Aurora Borealis. He's got stress fractures all the way up his back. So what happened was he's broken his back in Hell Week as a result of trying to compensate for the injury he went into Hell Week with. And when his teammates found out, they said, holy shit. He says, here we thought he was, you know, dogging it, mm-hmm. and not realizing that he was going through with this type of injury. They said, holy cow. And he went up before a review board because they were going to they were going to toss him because, the assessment after his injury was identified was, he's got to go on light duty for 3 months. And so they had a review board. And I remember, because I got the backstory on this, they were going to suggest that he leave, and because of his injury. And I forget who the commanding officer was of the center at the point, came in and said, so what you're telling me is that this kid, goes into Hell Week, with an injury like that. He goes all the way through Hell Week and comes out with, a broken back, and you want to throw him out?
Yeah, not happening.
Yeah. I mean, this kid can need some pain. And so they all kind of looked at each other and said, you're right. So he rolled back a couple classes and then, eventually, got out, went through SQT, did well, immediately went to SOCM, Special Operations medic course down in Fort Bragg, did well there, came out of that top of his class, and then, they gave him maybe a week to pack his bags, and he was in Iraq.
Oh, he went straight to Iraq after that.
Yep. And he wasn't there but days before he was in contact. So,
what did he go? Did he get to assign to a team, and the team was already on deployment?
Yeah. He was Team 7.
And then he rolled straight to Iraq. Now you're in full work mode at Jocko at this time.
That's correct.
So you're tracking what's going on.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be like next level stress for you.
Yeah, I had to discipline myself not to read their daily reports. Though my guys were keeping an eye on it. I had a special operations, team in my center that supported, both white and black SOF. So, they would, keep an eye on what he was doing. But even more so, I was able to broker on the pre-deployment cycle the teams to come through the COIC.
Okay.
So they could understand what we could do for them. And because it's all about relationships. So once you understand, what's available at your fingertips, or simply by, a phone call, then that, potentially can give you a lot more capability that you can lean on. And so they would come through, the platoons would come through, interact with the operators, the analysts. And that's another dynamic that was non-traditional, is that I had all my operators sitting with my intel analysts, sitting with my technologists, because we were bending pipe while this was all going on. And then in the second bench, I had my trainers. So as I rotated people forward to be with the units for 6 months, in some cases a year, and some of these unit commanders didn't want to let my people go because they had become so dependent on that relationship and the information that we were exchanging with them. But when they came back, I immediately put them into the training cell so that they could industrialize the latest, greatest lessons learned that they were bringing back from the forward edge, and then rotate them back into the support cell with the operators and the analysts. So that rotation really proved to be, I think, the secret sauce that, enabled our success in our ability to support the units forward, but yet my son's unit being one of them.
So he goes on that first deployment without even doing a workup, rolls right over there, probably because he's a medic, and he shows up with the team. They're on deployment, so he just rolls over, starts helping out, probably gets thrown into a platoon, starts supporting them. And was he over there for the full deployment? Was it like a 6-month deployment for him? Or
yeah.
Okay. And he gets home. What's your assessment after he gets done with his first deployment? How's he doing?
He had, broken his cherry, was coming home with a good rep. He was jazzed up. He loved, being in the teams. Loved his platoon. They were tight. He was loyal to a fault to his boys, and So that first pump, into Iraq out in Al Anbar was really formative for him, and he was looking forward to get back in the fight.
So that's what he does. Rolls back into a workup. Still at Team 7, goes through a workup. Are you getting feedback from him as he's going through a workup and stuff?
Yeah, they're doing pretty much what they do in the workups. Heavy training.
Actually, I was running his workup. I was the tradette commander at that time, and I was 100% putting him through all of his training. So whatever he said about it was a reflection of me.
Yeah,
and the training was pretty rough at the time. So
yeah, I mean, he was all about training.
Yeah,
and I think they had a couple J sets mixed in there between his first, second, third. He went to Honduras one time to work maritime ops, and then went into Lebanon, which was a real interesting, kind of hornet's nest of activity.
Yeah, for sure.
With Hezbollah there, but he loved the training. He had a high standard. I would say if there was a fault, that if he had a little tolerance for incompetence or people not doing their job, and that was no reflection on his teammates. It was like when he had to deal with the rest of the Navy or had to deal with other components that would not live up to his standard. I would say that was part of his personality, but he was loyal to the fault to his teammates, and his best friend was an officer, and he had a lot of really good close friends, good troopers.
And then where was his next deployment to? Did he go back to Iraq again?
Yeah, he went back to support the task force, the Tier 1 task force, Army task force, up north in an HVI, hunting mission, and really got a different perspective up there. That's where he got his, they actually put him in, this Tier 1 Army unit put him in for his Bronze Star up there because of his, his actions. But it was a different side, and that's when I started seeing some changes because they got mixed up into some stuff up there, some of the torture chambers and so forth that they came upon, and some of the other, sites of, I think it goes to some of the moral injury challenges that our folks wrestle with, coming out of experiences like that.
So when you say you notice, so he comes back from that deployment, obviously if you're working with a Tier 1 element, their op tempo is very, very high, and he comes home from that deployment, and this is maybe the first time looking back you start to assess that he was going through something that was a little bit affecting him mentally.
Yeah, but not really, in a sense that anything was sticking out, but I could see, there was changes. He's maturing, he, very serious. We would talk about some things, but not everything, because he, like I said, he was very loyal to his teammates, and obviously, so there's some things that he just wasn't going to talk about. But through that experience, he, which I would assess was a good experience. Word came down that they needed a special operations corpsman in Afghanistan. They had, I guess somebody got hurt, and they needed an experienced medic over there. So they put out a call for, anybody interested, and he immediately popped up and says, "I'll go." So he finishes his second pump in Iraq, and comes home for a couple of weeks, resets his kit, and then heads out the door for Ruzgan, where he's now an augmentee to another task force, and they're seeing a lot of action. He winds up operating at a different altitude, high altitude. He winds up getting high altitude sickness on one op. Gets banged up a little bit, but again, likes the experience. He's in with a good team element, and then comes home from that. So he's almost been deployed a year now, which is kind of a significant, I guess, piece of this. That year-long deployment where you get no reset, I think is significant, especially within a special operations high op tempo environment. But when he came back off of that, that's when I started perceiving some signs that things are definitely changing.
What are some of the signs?
He started complaining he couldn't sleep, and that when he did get to sleep, he was having some nightmares, bouts of anxiety. He became short-fused, stopped smiling a lot, because he was kind of a jokester.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of these guys who was very quiet, but when he said something,
it was funny.
It was funny. People paid attention, and he had a great ability to abstract. Think second, third order, steps ahead. So he was, kind of made a name for himself in planning operations and so forth. But after that third deployment, he, like I said, was wrestling with some of these issues. But it was kind of a low, kind of like.
And you're only seeing him. So you're living in Virginia or whatever, Maryland, and he's stationed out on the West Coast. Right. So you're talking to him, but you're not seeing him that often.
That's right.
It's just not possible.
That's right. So he's got a new family now. The family that he grew up with. That's transitioned to his.
That's the secondary family.
Yeah, his teammates, which he's gotten really close. He's been, he's spilled blood with them. So, but he winds up going to sniper school. Comes out the top of his class in sniper school. Goes to Indiana for that period of training, and then again back into another workup. This time he goes into Helmand Province. Goes into gets assigned to a wild outpost up above, north of Bastion, and Lashkar Gah, up towards the Kajaki Dam, and it's like a Fort Apache scenario. They're taking incoming rounds all the time and constantly locking up with the enemy. But he's got now the SEAL sniper designation. They wind up. I remember him calling me one night. He just had to talk to somebody. They had just come back from an op, and they said he was rattled, and he was rattled because it was a near helicopter collision that they Marine 53s were inserting them and were getting brownouts as they were coming in for approach, and then would pull up, and then they almost clapped together, and then they would circle around, and it wasn't until like the third attempt on insertion into this hot zone that they finally just ran off the back ramp, and he said it was just really unnerving. Everybody was shaken up, and they had to quickly get their bearings again to get to lock into the op, which then turned into a firefight because now the elements of surprise is gone, and then wound up.
So what are you telling your son after he's you can hear it in his voice, like you know the feeling of like terrible helicopter scenarios where you're like, there's no way we're gonna make it out of this, and then you somehow make it. What are you telling him?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't your time. It wasn't your time, and you gotta try to turn that around into a strength. Try to sit down with your boys and talk about this, and again when you go into these jobs, shit happens. To quote that famous philosopher, Forrest Gump, but the only way you can deal with it is really kind of letting it out. And, it's not weakness. It's just you got to process it. Otherwise, it's going to chase you. Well, he wound up having another bad helicopter experience. Again, same with marine aviation. Not to throw down on marine aviation, but, I think that part of the country had its unique challenges, high dust environment and so forth, and old aircraft and folks maybe not as familiar with operating with special operations, and not like, the type of experience that you get with the 160th, and Night Stalkers. But anyway, it is what it is. And but talking to them, telling them, hey, look, I've had my own close experience, close-in experience with helicopters. They're mechanical, shit breaks. You put all your trust on your pilots, and you're there for the ride.
Yeah, that vulnerability, whenever I talk to people about, being a pilot, being a tanker, being anything, I liked more than anything just being on my feet in the ground. Like, to me, give me and my platoon, and I feel 1,000 times safer than when I'm riding in a Humvee, riding in a Bradley, riding in a aircraft of any kind. So, yeah, when you have to do that over and over again, it's one of those things. And it's also one of those situations where there's very little you can do to control it. And, even when when it's my Humvees and I'm picking the route and I can gather the intel and I can use the jammers and I can get all this stuff to kind of mitigate as much as possible, you're at least feeling that you've controlled what you can control. Man, when you get on board into a Bradley, into a helicopter, there's a lot of things going on. I mean, like you said, there's mechanical. I mean, those things just crash sometimes, and that happens. So yeah, if you start to think about that, see, my gig was, I don't think about that. Like, there's some stuff I can't control. I don't focus on it at all.
That's right.
I'm just, hey, I'm getting this bird. These Marines, these Army, these Air Force pilots, they're going to do this as good as anybody can do it, and we're going to rock and roll. That's the best I could do. That's what I figured out for me. When I'm relying on, sitting in the back of a Bradley driving down a street that's had 9 IEDs in the past 48 hours on it, that's not a good feeling. And if you think about that, it's really going to rough you up mentally. For me, it was always like, cool. Yep, these guys know what they're doing. We're going to rock and roll. And if it's time, it's time. But I'm feeling good tonight. I'm feeling lucky because that's how I always feel. Let's go. When you let that start to creep into your head, it definitely, I don't know, I wouldn't know how to deal with that. Like, if you focus on what can go wrong, because how many parts are there in a helicopter? How many parts are there in an aircraft that you're about to get into, and how old is that aircraft? And when was the last, what was the maintenance dude thinking about when he was doing the maintenance on this piece that everything, you start going down that thought process, it can get pretty ugly pretty quick. So I always just did my best this is what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about what I can control. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm focused on. That's what I tried to get my guys focused on. But it's not always easy to do that. It's actually not very hard to get wrapped into those negative thoughts. And especially you have a close call, you realize that we survived this by a millimeter, and that it's very hard to not focus on that.
Yeah, checking all that. Yeah, and that's the same with me. I only focus on what I think I can influence and control. It's kind of the advice I gave Ryan. It's your time. Mm-hmm. And you don't get visibility if that. In a lot of cases. Yep. I can remember, you talk about 53s, the Jolly Green, you get on board and, freaking hydraulic fluids dripping all over the place. And, you pointed out to the crew chief, hey, man, you got, there's a leak here. You got hydraulic fluid. Without even, like batting an eye, he says, well, just let me know when it stops dripping, because then we got problems.
Yeah, that's the way it is. So that was his last deployment.
It was.
He's in Afghanistan. And, I was talking to some of my friends in the teams and some of the guys that had worked directly with Ryan. And just, because I didn't remember Ryan from when I put him through training, because I put a lot of guys through training. But I was just talking to, hey, what do you remember? And, the people that worked with him his first 2-3 platoons was like, freaking stud, team guy you want, great new guy, then a great one cruise one, like was just on the path to kind of be just awesome team guy. What are you seeing? So now by the time he comes home from this 4th deployment, what are you noticing? What are you seeing that's different?
So he's becoming a little bit more vocal in his inability to sleep, which, I mean, we don't get a good night's sleep. You feel like crap the next morning, but he's not getting any sleep. And then, so he's, I think going to, he's drinking more, trying to get to sleep. Mm-hmm. He's, wrestling with some pain, whether it's, residual pain from, training or just, getting, rocked too much in combat, whatever. Mm-hmm. So the alcohol is becoming an issue.
Do you know that at the time?
I sensed it. I mean, he was pretty straightforward. Mm-hmm. He was saying, hey, I'm drinking more and I don't want to. But, I got to try to get to sleep. And then he said when I would get to sleep, I'd have these nightmares. And I know that he had one shooting that involved a kid, early teens, mm-hmm. I think at 12. I think it was a legitimate shoot. I know it was from what they said, but it bothered him. Mm-hmm. I think the kid had a weapon. But still, it's part of that moral injury. Mm-hmm. And, and here's the other thing, that I've seen with, that's specific to the medics is that, one side of your brain is, you're a shooter, and the other side you've got, you're wired to help people, mm-hmm. And sometimes, I think that creates a, kind of a tension, yeah. An emotional tension.
Yeah, the other thing is you don't always have the capability to save people.
That's right. You're exactly right.
So when you can't, and I definitely saw this with some of my medics, it was like some of my corpsmen was, you see that, look, they're working on guys that can't be saved. They can't be saved. But it doesn't matter that they can't be saved. It doesn't matter that if you put them with those wounds with the best surgeon in the world at Johns Hopkins, that no one can save an individual, but they still feel like they should have been able to help more.
Yeah.
So that, I think, is part of it too.
No, you're exactly right, and I think that they, carry an increased burden, and it goes back to how do you deal with this stuff, mm-hmm. and especially when you lose a teammate, it's hard to resolve.
Is he coming home on leave back to the East Coast?
Occasionally, but his home is out here. Mm-hmm. We would come out to visit him. When he would come back, what I saw is that he felt more comfortable being deployed than he did being back in garrison. Mm-hmm. He liked being deployed. He liked operating. He didn't like, what he would, I think, characterize as the nonsense that, occurs a lot.
Yep.
When you're home, and then I think also that, occasionally you would say people just don't understand what we've been through or what we've done. So I think that is true in the way our society just doesn't understand our warriors, certainly the ones that have served, the last 20 plus years of conflict, which is part of the challenge I think we have and with our, warrior and veteran community. But, he started, at that point, coming off that last deployment, he was asked to, become the lead petty officer in SALC, mm-hmm. Special Operations Urban Combat Training, as you know, mm-hmm. is really, an important phase of workup before the platoons, lift and shift to combat theater. And I think he was asked to do that because of his experience. And and he took that very seriously. I mean, he, was very much into redesigning lesson plans and, wanted to replicate, because he would call home and ask me about different things, replicate the combat environment, as closely as possible and really, create a level of stress and performance expectation that would, serve the units that were going. And he was pretty, I think, straightforward in his critiques of, how different groups, performed. But at the same time, he felt that he had to be there right on top of, these evolutions. So when they would breach a door, when they would come in and have a dynamic entry, he was right there absorbing all that.
Yeah. You know how many crashes get thrown? Like if he's at Sauk and you're working Sauk and you're crashing rooms, and they're not just crashes, so the flash crash grenades for people that don't know, but then we have like fake grenades, like blue body, we call them blue body, but they just have a blasting cap in them. But you might be in a room, you might absorb 15 crashes on one run. You know what I mean? Like there is a lot of, and this is after so the breach goes, and then people are crashing rooms, they're throwing blue bodies. By the way, you got a Mark 48 machine gun inside of a room that's 6x6 shooting out of a window, and you happen to be in there when this is going on. There's a lot of concussive forces that you're experiencing. And so just giving some people, if that's what he's doing, working the special operations urban combat block of training, that's what it is. It's just explosion after explosion after explosion all the time. And when you do that, when you're in a platoon, you do that block of training, but then you go to spec recon. What are you doing on spec recon? You're quiet in the woods for 2 weeks, right? Then you go on combat swimmer. What are you doing in combat swimmer? You're under the water for 3 weeks. Then you go to MAROPS. What are you doing? You're in a boat. So if you're in a workup, you're not getting exposed over and over and over again. When you're in training cell and that's what you're teaching, you're just cycling platoons through that over and over and over again. So if you're in land warfare, you're eating rockets all the time. If you're in SAUC, you're eating crashes and explosive breaches, and same thing with CQC, you're eating those things. So definitely the exposure that he's getting at this point is very high.
Yeah, and when he went to sniper school, they're shooting the 50 cal. And so he would come out with, for instance, shooting a 50 cal where they would just shoot endless rounds and say that, blood was pouring out of his nose. Mm-hmm. His ears were ringing. He'd come off the SAUC, workups, and, he'd have to lay, they go out to the island and, have a heavy day of weapons and breaching and dynamic entries. He'd come back to his room. He said he'd have to lay down for like 5-6 hours on the floor, just, because his head was hurting so much. And then started complaining about some vision problems and hearing. But it got to a point where he recognized he needed to go get some help. So he, went to medical, and they immediately pulled out the prescription pad and wrote him, a prescription for sleep medication. And then they wrote him another prescription for anxiety. And so he started, taking that, but it really wasn't helping. And together with the alcohol really didn't make a good combination, but he was still doing his job. He was getting out there. He was taking it serious. And then, he had an incident where he hit his head, alcohol related incident, and came out of that, that was, I think, the first, incident or event that we really started to understand that something wasn't right.
So he fell down drunk type thing?
Yeah, kind of. I don't know where they were. They were in Spain on a, they were going over, I think, to Iraq to change out a team, mm-hmm. and he was going on the trip. Mm-hmm. And actually, it was his re-enlistment. He was going out to, he was going to re-enlist in theater, and wound up, this is like within days of them putting them on this medication, and he wasn't sleeping. I think the combination of it, he rolled back and hit his head and was unconscious. And so, like most of the, the dudes, they get up, they shake it off. And he hops back on the plane, goes into Iraq, and things aren't right. That the folks that are on the trip with him said that he's just not right. Mm-hmm. And they come back out of Iraq, and they wound up having to go to launch school because, while he was at Attitude, he had some type of crisis. And so they evaluate him, in Germany and realize that, something's happened, but they don't know what it is.
So the crisis that he had it out to, this is like he passed out. This is like, what was the situation?
I guess there was some type of, something that he felt, it was like an out-of-body experience where he felt like he was dying. Mm-hmm. And that. So
some kind of like maybe panic attack type scenario.
Panic attack, right. Something that wasn't, he wasn't thinking right. He wasn't speaking right. So whether change in altitude, maybe he had some type of, bleed or insult going on in the head from, obviously having this concussive event, a number of days before, going to Altitude was having some type of an effect, but they really couldn't put their finger on it when he got to Germany. So they wound up, getting him on a civilian flight back to the West Coast where, he was reevaluated again and nobody could really put their finger on it.
There's something, just to give people some perspective here. In the teams, and I can really only speak to the teams, but I also know that the Army and the Marine Corps has an element of this as well. But from growing up in the teams, there's an element of everything that we're saying right now that I'm sure people are like, oh my gosh, this is like red alert, this is a huge red flag. But in the SEAL teams, for someone to be drinking, for someone to be, acting a little bit crazy, these are things that, for lack of a better word, in many cases, are normal. It is normal for a guy or for three guys to show up on a Monday morning. One guy's got a black eye. Another guy's, they're still hungover. Maybe they're still a little bit drunk. Hey, guys, get your shit together. Like, I'm not saying it's good, but I'm telling you it's the reality. These men are not Boy Scouts. These are guys with a high testosterone level. These are guys that have a very risky job. These are guys that seek combat. That's who they are. And so the types of things that we're talking about, these aren't huge. Like maybe if you worked at an accounting firm and Fred comes into work on Monday and he's got a black eye and he's really hungover, you might be thinking, oh my gosh. And if he does that next weekend, you're like, oh, we got a problem here. In the SEAL teams, that's a 23-year-old dude that's been on multiple deployments. And I'm just saying it's not such a red flag for a normal SEAL. And there's many SEALs that's what they did, and they did it from age 22 to age 29, and then they all of a sudden they got married and they had a family. They just kind of carried on and everything goes normal, right? Myself included. I was a wild freaking 23-year-old. I was a wild 25-year-old. I was a wild 21-year-old. I was drinking. I was getting in fights. That's what we were doing. That's what we were doing. And then, get a little bit older. All of a sudden you're get a little bit of responsibility, and then you end up getting married, and you have kids, and you kind of just grow. And that is a fairly normal progression for a SEAL, at least back in the day. There's actually less of it now, I believe. But I just want to give that, kind of set that data point for people to think, oh my gosh, you got a guy that says he can't sleep? Go talk to a SEAL platoon. Guy's like, oh yeah, I didn't sleep last night. By the way, I didn't sleep last night because I went out to a party, I met a girl, I did this, got lost in an Uber, came home, couldn't find my ID, and I had to jump over the fence. This is a normal story. So I just want to set that so people aren't thinking, oh, these are huge. Like, why didn't everybody focus on this immediately? It's because it's fairly, for lack of a better word, normal.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, this goes back to what I said earlier, is that, they come back to a society or to an environment that, they don't understand what these warriors have been through. And so in some cases, these warriors, there's this expectation that, they come home, that everything's going to be normal. They walk in the house and it's going to be the way they left it, 6 months ago or a year ago. And that, they're going to behave, just like everybody else. And that's not the case. I mean, you can't create this level of warrior and put the expectation on them that this nation does to go do, some of its toughest, tasks.
Yeah.
And not, it's at a consequence. And, to your point, this is, it might appear to be abnormal to everybody else, but this is kind of like the normal for this cadre of special operator.
Yep. And it's not, it's a normal course that eventually kind of levels out and becomes, again, I was talking to one of my buddies yesterday about Ryan, and, we were both older. And so when the war was going on, guess what I was doing when I came home from combat? I had a wife and 3 kids, and then 4 kids. My kids didn't care. They weren't like, hey, wait, what have you been through? No, I had to go home and be a dad, and it kind of forces you to like get it. It forces you to correct your behavior and get, there's no, hey, you're now 35 years old. You got 3 kids at home and a wife. The kids they want to go to the, wrestling tournament that you got to go and spend 12 hours there. You can't be freaking drunk, well, you can be, but it's not going to be as conducive. There's a bigger tendency for you to get forced back into sort of a better behavior pattern than when you're single. Because when you're single and you come home, well, what are you going to do? You can go out with your friends. What are you and your friends going to do? You're going to go out drinking. What are you going to do? You're going to go out drinking. You're going to find some girls. We're going to get into fights. We're going to do what a 23, 24, 25-year-old does. And again, it's not a red flag. You got to pay attention to it. But I'm just trying to point that out. The same thing you're saying. It's just a little bit. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not totally abnormal. It is a fairly normal behavior. It's not a. It's what is this? What does a 23-year-old SEAL do when he gets home from a trip on a Friday? Goes out. Has some beers with his friends, meets some girls, stays out all night. What does he do the next day? Wakes up early because he still told his friends he'd be there at the gym to work out, so he only got 3 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep. By the way, couldn't sleep that great anyways, probably because he drank too much. Like, there's all these things that just kind of slowly add up. And if they don't get, they can kind of self-correct, but sometimes they don't.
Yep, exactly right. I mean, so, it's I think, how do they deal with that, and what's acceptable and what's not? And I think that part of the challenge here, goes even within our medical community, is they didn't have an understanding of that.
Yeah.
So, it kind of creates this perfect storm. And I think a point that you made that's important to understand is that there is a different dynamic for those that have families and have other responsibilities than those who are coming out, who are single.
Yep.
And there's, the different, responsibility or accountability. It's nothing like a wife to pull you back, on that center line.
No. Yeah, 90% divorce rate in the SEAL teams. But if you're not getting divorced, guess what you're doing? You're freaking mowing the lawn, and you're, taking care of the kids on the weekend that you're home.
Yeah. And kids can be, pretty humbling. They'll call you out in a minute. They'll hold you to task. But so we started seeing these changes, and you went to get help. But after that concussion incident and that trip in and out of Iraq, then we started looking at NICO, the National Intrepid Center of Excellence at Walter Reed Bethesda, to get him in to get, because that's when he started talking about, I think something's wrong with my head. Mm-hmm. And, especially after having some of these experiences with severe headaches, nosebleeds, these, changes in his vision, ringing in the ears, all that. So he calls me up and says, hey, look, I'm trying to get to NICO, but they're not letting me go. And I said, what do you mean they're not letting you go? Well, I'm not sure that they believe in what NICO's doing. And I said, is that right? So at that point, I'm the Senate Sergeant at Arms. So, I pick up the phone. Mm-hmm. And within a couple hours, he's got a slot at NICO.
And the NICO, so just so people understand, so NICO is a program, where is it, in Virginia? Or DC?
No, it's in Maryland. It's at Bethesda, Maryland. It's the old Bethesda Naval Hospital that now is a joint service, National Medical Center.
So it takes guys that have been in combat, that have been exposed to combat, and it does. It's like, what is it, about 30 days? It's like a month long, and you go there, and it's like a real comprehensive assessment of blood work, scans, and then they're putting you in art therapy and yoga and good clean diet. They're doing all these things to try and get guys sort of reset and back on a good path. I've heard some guys that went have just like loved it, said it was great, helped them so much. Other guys, nope, didn't buy into it type thing. So I think a little bit of it is what your take on it is going to be. And there's also this. Human beings are not all the same at all. And I usually, when I talk about this type of stuff, I talk about Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, they're both heavyweight fighters. They're both heavyweight champions. They're both had a long career. George Foreman, you see George Foreman today, he's totally normal, intact, mentally, talks, he's fine. He suffered God knows how many thousands of concussions he took in his career. He's fine. Muhammad Ali, not fine. He had something called pugilistic disease, which is something that some boxers get. Freddie Roach, same thing. Freddie Roach is a fighter. How does he end up? He ends up, he's got that pugilistic disease where you've taken a bunch of concussions, but not every boxer gets it. Why is that? Well, it's because human beings are different. And so there's some human beings that might not be impacted by certain protocols and some that might be, both on the healing side and on the negative impact side. So it's very difficult to form a pattern off of something like blast injuries when there's a whole spectrum of people and how they're going to react to it. People have different reactions to these things, and we don't understand those things. So as we're sending guys out, someone might be looking at Ryan thinking, well, he's, quote, only done 4 deployments. And you think, well, first of all, what did those deployments consist of? Then what was he doing when he was working at Tradet? And then what is his biological reactance to this stuff? Because everybody's different. So these are the kind of things that are coming into play as we start looking at what guys are going through.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. You're exactly right. Everybody's different. They're wired different. Genetics comes into play. It's just like, you could put, 5 folks in a line, and take the same knife and cut them in the same place, and they're all 5 of them are going to heal differently. Some will get an infection, some will heal within a couple days, others will take 2 weeks to heal. And that's part of the reality, and this is part of the what we're trying to understand. As we deal with some of these challenges, but I couldn't have said it better.
How worried were you when he's getting sent to NICO? How worried are you from what you could tell from talking to him? How worried were you?
Yeah, by then my all my antennas are up. I realize something's wrong. We're seeing changes in him that are not him. And coming out of NICO, it was interesting. They put him through all the heavy imaging studies. PET scan, CAT scan, regular X-ray. SPECT scans. They looked at him from tooth to tail, blood work. They could see cognitive changes in him. There were definitely cognitive changes in him. He had memory issues. He had vision changes. He had, ringing in the ears. He had balance issues. His testosterone was in the tank, which are, the case with a lot of operators. And his cortisol levels, which is your overdrive, was off the charts. And we see operators get stuck, at both ends of this, and then you look at sleep, which has the very strong influence in the calculus of all this. The quality of sleep that they get, and you mentioned eating. How do they eat? Because you are what you eat. So if you're putting junk in your body, then your body's going to react to that as opposed to the right nutrients and so forth. Exercise is another piece, but then it goes back to your head. that brain housing group is your command and control center for what goes on in your body. And if it's not in a good place, then that makes this all, that more difficult. Whether we're talking about mental health, whether we're talking about the biophysiology of the brain, neurophysiology, all that comes in balance. So if you're seeing hormonal changes, something's not right. If you're seeing other chemical changes in the brain, something's not right. If you're seeing, cognitive dysfunction or irregularities, something's not right. So there are signals that are being, transmitted, but we weren't picking up on them because in some cases we didn't know what we didn't know. The science had not caught up with this. And part of the problem that I see as I've assessed this is that we first introduced high explosives to the battlefield back in World War I. And ever since then, we have been calling, this condition that comes off the battlefield, the soldier's heart. We call it, battlefield psychosis. We call it, we put all these different names on it. And now we call it post-traumatic stress. And, so we really haven't advanced the ball very much on understanding what, happens on the battlefield and why some people come off the battlefield with certain conditions. But what has happened across the board is that it has largely defaulted all towards a psychiatric diagnosis, mental health, where things are scored against the DSM-5 diagnostic registry. And in some cases, because that's how people get reimbursed, they got to come up with a diagnosis. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting in Ryan's case that they could never put their finger on anything that was happening to them. And as you said in the introduction, he just became a walking experiment. They were trying this drug, that drug. And in some cases, these drugs, though they have some rescue effect, are not meant to be long-term solutions for what folks are dealing with. But unfortunately, they get lost, in the mix, and they're on these drugs for years at a time. And then when they realize that they shouldn't be on these drugs, it's harder coming off the drugs than it is being on the drugs. And we saw an abrupt change of him coming out of NICO. He was put on a drug called Effexor, which was a very high-end mood stabilizer. And overnight, we saw a kid who was trying to fly out of the storm suddenly just heel over and nosedive. And when he came back to the West Coast after finishing NICO with a pretty significant write-up, but absent any findings in his brain as far as, brain damage or anything, they didn't see anything, comes back to the West Coast and, you kind of alluded to this, that, they tried to teach you that, first of all, they tried to tell you what is going on to give you a sense of what may be causing some of the changes and some explanation. And then they give you some tools on how to deal with it. But then you come back into an environment where, it's not exactly conducive for following through on that stuff. Mm-hmm. Because you're back into a deployment cycle, you've got other responsibilities, you don't always get a solid 8 hours sleep, and as we are learning now with circadian rhythm, they say you should go to sleep at the same time every night, you should have a routine. Yeah, come on, here I am as a firefighter, tell me how that works, mm-hmm. And then you come back to a medical enterprise that's doesn't exactly understand what NICO's doing. So their opinion is, hey, they're off the reservation. They're gone rogue. And I'm not doing anything that they're recommending. And that's what he came back to. He came back to, a medical enterprise that didn't understand, the challenges that these warriors have been through or going through, didn't understand the NICO assessments. And so basically openly disregarded any recommendations. And then on top of that, you've got the operational realities of being with the teams. So though NICO was a good experience, the impact in NICO was minimal. And so he comes back and he starts to realize his own self-assessment that he's got to do something about, the alcohol. But he says, look, alcohol is not my problem. He says, I can stop drinking. So he got himself voluntarily admitted to an outpatient alcohol rehab program up in Point Loma, where he attended, but wound up failing in his last week there. He was doing very well, but was still having problems sleeping. And I'll take you back to when they prescribed him sleep aids, Ambien. He took some Ambien and woke up one morning, literally his last week in the treatment program, and there was a whole 6-pack of empty beer cans on his living room table, and he had no recollection of it. And when he went into the center that morning, because they have him blow on the pipe, he popped positive for alcohol in the system, and they said, you're out, which to me was upside down. I mean,
that was you're out of the program, out of the Navy,
out of the program. You failed the the SARP program, the substance abuse rehab program, because that was our rule. You can't be drinking. But to me, that was kind of like so counterintuitive, because you got to expect that some folks are going to fall off the wagon, and you got to pull them back in, because this addiction's not an easy thing to deal with.
Yeah, it seems like you get rolled back, not dropped from the program.
Yeah. So anyway, but then we came to learn that and you get great clarity after some incidents, but he had taken Ambien before, and there have been some events. I remember he was home and he took Ambien one time, and he fell into a wall in the house, and then crawled back into bed. And the next day, I go into his room, and there's a freaking big hole in the drywall, and and he's getting up out of bed, and I said, what happened? And he says, I don't know, I didn't do that. And so we came to find out that when he was on this Ambien, which is a side effect, he had amnesia. And it's not an uncommon side effect that you hear from some people, and that's why they're pulling away from using drugs like Ambien. So this was part of the calculus of what happened with this alcohol incident. But as we went into the end of 2015, things just they were trying to med board him out, and unfortunately, at that time, med boards were looked at as not a favorable exit strategy by the community. There were some personalities in the community that felt that folks that were seeking medical boards were playing the system, and so his medical providers were trying to get him legitimately trying to get him a medical board. And here's the thing: he didn't want to leave the Navy, but he knew it was his own decision. That he says, I'm afraid that I'm going to get somebody hurt, because here's a kid who used to be on top of the mountain and now is is sliding down the slope, trying to understand what's happening to him, and he's not getting any answers. And then he's becoming more and more distrustful of the system, because information's coming out about him that, he's saying, well, who's talking about this? Who's releasing my medical information? Now, there's a certain, responsibility that, leadership needs to know, somebody's condition, and if they're, a potential threat or a safety issue. But, he started, instead of looking at, the system and the medical enterprise as a pathway to get help, he started sensing that they were weaponizing his issues against him, and there was definitely within a command element a sense that, hey, we don't want to be burdened with these problems. We don't have time for it. So, maybe he needs to leave, and the VA would be a better place for him. You know, they're better equipped to handle this stuff. And you know, we went through the you know, Christmas, New Year's holiday, which was a rough period. He came home, and you know, he's just coming apart. You know, he feels like he's been betrayed by, you know, by the community that he has put everything into. He feels that he's let his boys down because, you know, he can't do his job anymore, which was a big, you know, hit to him. They were hanging a bunch of labels on him that, you know, you're alcohol abuser, you're a prescription drug abuser. Oh, by the way, they were the ones writing the prescriptions, but in their effort to help him control his pain, they put him on opioids, which is, as we're finding out now, when you put somebody on opioids, they need more opioids to control their pain. You actually dig a deeper hole by putting them on opioids.
What, do you know when he started getting put on opioids?
Yeah, the fall of 2015, and then together with the alcohol, which he had pulled away from on his own, but you know, again, at that time they were also realizing that he shouldn't be on Effexor. So the psychiatrist that was treating him wanted to get him off of Effexor and was in the process of writing a medical board for him, and they wound up transferring him completely out of the community. So he lost continuity with his, you know, the people that he had been working with and who he had trusted, and now he was, you know, starting from square one again, and in an environment that was not very receptive to, you know, processing these medical boards. And so he started distrusting the system, and it became adversarial. Now he, you know, he never gotten in trouble as far as, you know, getting locked up outside or, you know, confronting the authorities. He never hurt anybody. He never did anything that, you know, wound up, you know, calling attention to himself until after he came back from the Christmas, New Year's holiday, when, you know, while he was home, he was dealing with pain to a level that he couldn't stand. He had run out of his prescription medication and had, you know, turned to some marijuana to try to deal with the pain. And when he came back, you know, to the, you know, to his unit after that holiday, you know, he popped positive for, you know, cannabis in his system and wound up, you know, being brought forward for a NJP, you know, captain's mast, of which, you know, and again, I think there were some folks who were legitimately trying to get him help, but at that point he was too far down the road and not trusting the system anymore, and had come to a point where he said, look, I got to get out. And which was tearing him apart because he wanted to stay in. He loved what he was doing. And I think out of loyalty to his teammates, he says, I got to go before somebody gets hurt. And I remember that, you know, the day that he had gone, I was not out here for it, the day he had gone through the captain's mast, he had scores of people showing up on his behalf, mm-hmm. saying, you know, what kind of operator he was, you know, that this was not him, that, you know, not sure what was happening. But yet, I think, in my opinion, some of the leadership that was in place at the time really weren't interested in that. They just wanted to get rid of the problem. And he wasn't the only one. I mean, there had been a pattern of behavior. You know, I just, like I said, I think it was a dynamic of some folks not knowing what they didn't know, trying to do the right thing for the right reason, maybe all the wrong way, and then there was some personalities that definitely factored into the calculus, personalities that definitely had, you know, an at a senior command level, the ability to influence, the course of, options that Ryan had. But I think at that point he had already made the decision, I got to get out. And I remember they started processing him out, and you got to go through all your, your final medical examinations. You've got to turn your kid in and all that. And he was supposed to show up one morning, and he didn't show up. So they wound up sending a couple guys out, and they found that he was completely uptunded. He was, he was hallucinating. He was, just, and I have no knowledge of this. And by then they had already, we had some folks that you and I know had gone to his apartment and made sure there's no firearms or anything, because the concern was really starting to, escalate that, maybe he would hurt himself. He was unraveling, emotionally, becoming paranoid, felt that people were watching him and listening to him, and he was getting into a dark place and becoming isolated. And so they sent him out. They sent these guys out to bring him in, and determined that he needed to go to Bethesda for a safety evaluation. And in the course of doing that, they basically were restricting his movements while he was in the emergency department going through an evaluation. And I would submit to you that if you hold any freaking frogman or seal down and physically, constrain them, it is not going to be a good outcome. And he made some threats to his leadership, who he had felt were behind some of that action. And that's all they needed at that point to lock him up in the mental health ward. And once that happens, that's a stain that follows you forever. And he wound up being in there for 3, almost 4 weeks. And I remember, on one occasion talking to his providers, asking
Was
them,
that at Bethesda?
That was at Bethesda. I'm sorry. No, let me correct that. It was not Bethesda. It was at San Diego Medical Center. He had gone to Bethesda for the NICO, but he was now back on the West Coast. And
Are you talking to him?
I'm talking to him. And he's even becoming distrustful of me, because, and I gotta be honest with you, some of the things he's telling me, I just don't, it can't be, because I'm putting my trust in the command and the medical enterprise out there, to do the right thing. Matter of fact, they said to me, "Hey, Pop, your dad, I'm glad you're out here. It's good that you're showing the interest, but he's ours, and we'll take care of him." I'll never forget that. And then went to visit him while he was in this lockdown unit, and you talk about somebody who I didn't even recognize my son anymore. They had completely stripped him of his dignity. He was, guys from his teams would come to visit him, and he just couldn't even look at them. He just was just. It was horrible what they did to him, and this place was horrible. And I remember a couple of his clinicians saying to me that he shouldn't be here. And I came to find out that a couple of them stepped up to the command and said, "Why is he here? He shouldn't be here." And again, by then I should have picked up on the flags, but I didn't. But all the communications turned to lawyers, and that was a bad sign. Because to me, what I missed was now this was all about building a case for getting rid of them, not helping them. And one of the clinicians told me that she openly protested something that the medical command wanted her and her team to do. And she said ethically she was not going to do it. I don't know to this day exactly what that was, but it was something that was not going to work in Ryan's favor, and certainly was going to work into the favor of the command's effort to get rid of them. And this is all verifiable. She actually, wrote a piece about this that she published, and I'll never forget this. This was February of 2016, and Jocko, he was discharged from the mental health lockdown ward and discharged simultaneously from the Navy, and not allowed to come back to the team for closure. And the staff there said it was the first time they had ever seen anything like that happen. And this kid had never been a threat to anybody. As I said, the only thing he did was threaten, some of his leadership who he felt were responsible for, putting him in that circumstance, because they were holding him down, on a litter in an emergency department. And I submit to you, who wouldn't react that way? But that's what, that was like the icing on the cake. It gave them, it just solidified, their actions and their justification for getting rid of them. But I'll never forget, the personnel, chief that came in, and the MAA, when they discharged him and signed him out, had tears running down their faces. I mean, they just, they couldn't say anything, but they said, you could just see, the empathy that they had for what they were being asked to do. And my son was just, he had no emotion. I remember walking him out, from the hospital, and he was still wearing, like a hospital scrub top and a pair of board shorts and flip-flops. And my wife and I were looking at him, and he didn't even look like our son anymore. And he stops like halfway before we get to the parking lot, and he looks to me, he says, "Dad, why'd they do this to me? All I was trying to do was help. All I was trying to do is help my boys. Why'd they do this to me?" And shortly after that, we moved him up to Palo Alto to the VA hospital up there. They had a polytrauma unit up there that we had gotten him in, and to put more freaking to really cap this thing off, he gets a call from one of his buddies a couple of days later. It says, "Hey man, where are you? We haven't seen you around, but there's posters with your face on it all over the place. To be on the lookout that you're not allowed in any of our facilities." It was a bolo that had been put out by the command saying, "Be on the lookout for this guy." And that immediately sent a shock through my system of, holy cow, if he is even seen anywhere near any of our San Diego naval facilities, how are some of these freaking security types going to react to him? I mean, this was so bush league, so like unprofessional. I had never seen anything about it. This poster was just and he laughed it off. He laughed, but I know it was like somebody had just, stabbed him in the back and twisted the knife. And his teammates went around and yanked all those posters down. And I just, I just felt, there's this new term coming out called institutional betrayal. And, I said, in a public forum that was held, a number of years later, where, I had put my trust in the community. I came out of the community. I love the community. It gave me my foundation. I'm eternally grateful for the experience. My son loved the community. I loved being a SEAL. But they so disappointed us. So disappointed us when we trusted them to do the right thing. And as you've expressed, unless you say anything different to me here, Jocko, I have never heard anybody say anything negative about him. That he was always trying to do the right thing. He was a good team player. He was loyal. And yeah, they saw changes in him towards the end, but, you know, as we come to learn, there was reason for those changes. But, you know, I felt that, you know, some of those command personalities violated our core ethos. They left one of our own behind.
A friend of mine named Sarah Wilkinson, who's been on the podcast, and
know her very well.
Yeah, that was really for me a very enlightening conversation I had with her. Especially when she started, you know, the thing that always has stuck with me, and I just saw her this past weekend, but the thing that's always stuck with me was how she described, very similar to what you're describing. And that is, you know, she was saying that the person at the end, Chad at the end, that killed himself, simply was not the same person that she had married. He had changed in a radical way that was not the same person that she had initially married.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, we have a group of us that have lost loved ones in this community, then we can finish each other's sentences.
Mm-hmm. As you're seeing this thing unfold, I mean, you got friends in the teams, and you just weren't getting, or was it the trust that you had in them? Was it like, how were those conversations going?
Well, they had a concern for Ryan, but this happened so fast that they didn't even know he was gone. Mm-hmm. And, you know, one of the guys says to me, you know, if this, you know, he's the guy we looked up to. This is the guy we wanted to be. If they could do this to him, you know, if this could happen to him, what does this mean for the rest of us? Mm-hmm. And, you know, Ryan constantly said that, you know, I'm worried about my boys. They're experiencing these things. And I kept warning him. I said, look, be careful, son, because, you know, very often the bureaucracies kill the messenger. Just be real careful. I know what I'm doing. And I said, look, you got to take care of your own issues first before you worry about everybody else. But he was their doc. You know, when something wasn't right, they were coming to him. And he felt that he had let them down. And that was a big part of the burden that he wrestled with. Plus the labels that they hung on him, you know, operationally, you know, in effect, or, you know, unsat, whatever, you know, just all the labels that they needed to push him out the door. And fortunately, we got him out with an honorable discharge with his trident. But he never hurt anyone. If anything, I think it's because of to a fault, his loyalty to his boys and to the community, you know, wound up setting him up for how things happened. And, you know, this is another interesting point. We're also finding out right now, as we do some of these post-mortem or forensics on some of these incidents, the vulnerability that somebody who separates from service, and especially from a team dynamic like this, it's a very critical time, your first 1, 2, 3 years out. And how you separate is absolutely a factor on how things go. So if you elect to leave or retire because it's your time, you're looking at the new horizon, new opportunity, new adventure, that's one thing. You've probably scoped out your LZ, your glide slope to get there. But if you're pushed out, or you feel that you have to leave because, as you know, in the team dynamic, you don't ever want to fail your teammates. You don't want to, and a lot of times, even though you're close, you know, absolutely close to your brothers, you still don't want them to see that you're hurt. You know, they'll put that mask on, you know, and you'll do everything you can to continue to do the job, to be there, to make sure that, they can depend on you. And when you feel like you can't do that, that creates a whole different level of attention. And I've talked to more guys that have said the reason I left is because I felt that I wasn't able to do the job the way it needed to be done, and I didn't want to disappoint my boys. So when you have those kind of negative influences or less than optimum conditions where somebody's separating, it kind of puts them in a whole different place. And I think that makes them more vulnerable for that period when they separate, where they can become isolated and get into some dark places. And this is where this whole issue of institutional betrayal is starting to gain some momentum. It's really, how you separate somebody, how you, that glide path of departure is really critical as to how they're going to be able to navigate their way forward from that point on.
So it's February 2016. Is that when he was discharged?
Yeah.
And then he's up in Palo Alto. What's he? Is he like in a inpatient up there in Palo Alto?
Well, initially he was an inpatient, then became an outpatient, but it didn't work out, and he wound up coming back east, where he then had another bad episode where he had to be admitted to the VA in Baltimore for a period of time. And by then, he's just feeling that, nothing's going to get better. We got him into some programs. We got him into the brain treatment program down in Texas, the Cerebrum Center down there. And then we got him in for some transcranial magnetic stimulation, on the West Coast in Newport. We had some other options that we had gotten him, into, but this was in many cases on our own dime. And when he goes to these places, you're paying for a hotel room that's, a couple $100 a night, the food, transportation, all that, very quickly starts to, deplete your resources. And like I said, when you got somebody like Ryan, a loved one who's, in this level of desperation, you'll do anything. You'll do anything to save their life, and you become very vulnerable. We didn't have a good level of situational awareness of what, was available. And anyway, he, about a year out from when he left the Navy, and he'd been trying to get answers and go through these programs. He'd, on the positive side, he had started back at the community college. He was taking, he had like I said, he was a very intelligent guy, had a tremendous ability to abstract, but he started taking, he had a real affinity for numbers. So he started taking calculus and algebra, and then very quickly advanced into advanced calculus and advanced algebra, and he was taking science courses, and, he was looking at, maybe going into PA school, physician's assistant school. But it was interesting, he could do these advanced problems, and very often when he felt stress, would go to the basement of our home, and his way of dealing with stress was to do math problems. But then he was having trouble navigating himself through the day. He would have, these outbursts of anger. He would, you would look at him, and his face would be completely, devoid of any emotion. He'd look right through you, and you would even talk to him, and he wouldn't respond. He would just be, kind of fixated, looking, right through you, right past you. He wasn't exercising that much. He was still, drinking, but not, excessively. He started smoking, which he had never done before, which he said helped to calm his nerves down. He was still having problems with sleeping. And unfortunately, one of his former girlfriends had come forward to be with him as a caregiver, and she was a very stabilizing influence. But yet, to be around somebody like that, it took every bit of her patience and determination stay with him to help him. But in the course of being at the VA, the medicines, the drugs just kept on coming, you know. In my estimation at the VA, it was just such a huge gorilla of a bureaucracy. It was, even for somebody like me, and I've got multiple, you know, advanced degrees, I was having trouble navigating through the VA, let alone somebody that is, you know, kind of turned inside out. And I remember that I would take them to the waiting room there at the Baltimore VA, and there would be, you know, packed full of, you know, older veterans all wearing their ball caps, you know, from Korea, from World War II, from, you know, Vietnam, you know, the Gulf War. And I could see the look on his face, you know, as he looked around, and you could just see it. Is this me? Is this going to be me? You know, and it was just, you know, it was ripping my heart in half. And, you know, like I said, I got a medical background. My wife's a trauma nurse. I mean, we were completely unprepared for this, you know, and we're sitting around a fire one night, you know, it was March of 2017, out behind our house, and it's just him and I. And, you know, he says to me, you know, Dad, something's wrong with my head, but nobody's listening to me. You know, they just keep telling me I'm crazy. And, you know, I said to him, look, you know, we'll get through this. You know, we got you out. You know, you're going to school. He says, yeah, I know, but something's wrong with my head. And I just, you know, it's just so hard. It's just so hard, he said. And he said, you know, I'm not going to live to an old age. I just want you to know that I'm just banged up inside. And to look at him, he looked like a gladiator, you know, other than the fact that, you know, some wear and tear over the past year and so forth. But still, you couldn't see he didn't have any disfiguring wounds. He had both his arms, his legs. He says, yeah, I'm not going to live I'm just banged up. And if anything ever happens to me, I want you to donate my brain and my body for traumatic brain injury research and breacher syndrome research. And I said, well, you know, Ryan, come on. You know, you're going to be fine. You know, we're going to get through this, you know. And at the same time, he had, you know, been processing or worked up for a position at the Secret Service at their training academy. You know, they wanted him to help with their emergency medicine training and some of their tactical training, and they were very interested in him. So the things were opening up, you know. You know, and they didn't see any of what he had been through as a disability or you know, an impediment. But on April 23rd of 2017, you know, we had just come home from an overnight trip where my wife and I went to a family event, and I'll never forget it. It was a Sunday morning, and his dog, you know, a Belgian Malinois, was like going ape shit, you know, as we, you know, came into the house, and something said something's not right. I mean, you could feel the spidey sense in me saying something's not right. And I had found that he had taken his life in the basement of our home. He didn't use a firearm. You know, he asphyxiated himself. He was wearing a SEAL Team 7 T-shirt. He was wearing red, white, and blue board shorts and had illuminated a shadow box that I had made for him that prior Christmas that had all, you know, his medals and insignias and other memorabilia in there. And then he had burned a hard drive in the fireplace with all his deployment photos and stuff. And, you know, Jocko, you know, I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. You know, seen a lot of, you know, human tragedy. And up to that point, I thought maybe 9/11 was at the top of my list. But I'll tell you, when I found him, my heart just ripped in half. And I just, you know, I loved him to death. He was my swim buddy, you know. And I didn't like what he did. I didn't support what he did, but I've grown to understand why he did it. And it really was for his boys. He was trying to prove, you know, that something was wrong. And, you know, to lend some evidence to that, as we got into his computer afterwards, he had been reading countless studies on head trauma and brain injury, and researching the drugs that they had been putting him on, and had written, as I went through his papers, had written some personal reflections of how, he was not being treated the right way, how he felt that, he had been betrayed, by some elements of the command, that, that something was wrong with his head, and, he's gone. And so, the burden that I carry, honestly, is, I've been rescuing other people for like 40 plus years, and in the end, I couldn't rescue my own son. And so, how do you deal with something like that? How do you deal with that? And I so desperately wanted to have one more conversation with him, and that kind of put me in a bad place, because that was not going to be a good route. So he knew what he was doing. He knew what he wanted me to do. And he had even offered some reflections to some of his friends that said, hey, if anything ever happens to me, make sure my father takes hold of this and tells the story. And that's what I've been doing. His story has really opened up. And what happened is, a couple months after he took his life, we had complied with his wish and got his brain donated for a very intense research project that was looking at, military blast exposure. And they came back to us and briefed us out like 2 months later. And I remember walking into the briefing room to this world-renowned neuropathologist who looked at Ryan's brain. And I said, look, man, Doc, don't tell me what I want to hear. Just tell me the truth. Just tell me what you found. And he says, look, it's not the case. He says, your son suffered from a severe level of microscopic brain injury uniquely related to blast exposure. And he showed us, the slides. He showed us, the extent of the injury. And for my wife and I, we just like all of a sudden had this weight lifted off our shoulders. We got an explanation that there was, all along Ryan was right. There was something wrong with his head, but they didn't see it. And we've come to learn, because we don't have the technology to see it in a living person. Not too different than from what, like our contact sports players, football players, mixed martial arts, you name it, with CTE. And the evolution of CTE in the brain, we can't see that in a living person yet. And so, it became very clear that day what my mission needed to be, and that's bring attention to this and illuminate this brain health threat that, almost, creates this perfect storm of what we call invisible wounds. Invisible wounds is the signature injury of this 20 plus years of conflict, and also can be assigned to previous conflicts. But, we've got somebody that looks normal, and we don't see anything, wrong, but inside they're broken up, they're hurt. And, they're dealing with, post-traumatic stress, they're dealing with moral injury. We don't talk about that a lot. That's, where we raise our kids to value human life, respect each other, follow the rule of law, and all of a sudden we're projecting them to places around the world where that's not exactly how life's lived. And they come home conflicted back to a society that's very judgmental, so they don't want to talk about this. So it chews away on the inside of them like Pac-Man. And then everybody we know that's been in this business, and even the fire service, they're all in pain. Some sort of physical pain, emotional pain, spiritual pain, and so they desperately try to deal with that pain. So then, you get these substance use disorders. Alcohol is a big part of it. And then, of course, the opioid crisis where, you know, our clinicians, our medical providers were so quick to write that prescription for those painkillers, which have completely addicted our society. And addiction is not a trivial thing. It's a rewiring of the brain. And now that we find out that there's a growing body of evidence that, you know, exposure to blast overpressure is ripping the circuitry in our brains and really complicating some of this. And to your point earlier, everybody is different and everybody reacts differently to injury and they heal at different rates. And we're just trying to understand that the research has not been at the level of urgency with a level of priority that it needs to be, especially after 20 years of dealing with this. And when I was in GIADO, we recognized this. Back in 2010, 2011, we started to look at this, and Congress told us to back off. It's not our job. And in my opinion, we lost almost 10 years of potential research opportunity to understand what was going on. But we're starting to get some answers right now, and it's undeniable. It's disruptive, and it's really causing a lot of heartache within the psychiatric mental health community. That, you know, on one hand, you've got some clinicians and providers saying, "What do you mean? We've been treating all our people wrong, you know, the past, number of decades." It's not what we're saying. We just didn't know what we didn't know. But science is always challenging our assumptions. Should always be a driver for us to look at things differently, and that's what's happening right now. And so there's a growing body of evidence that's showing that there's a biological connection to some of what we're seeing. And it would be irresponsible of me to say that psychiatry and mental health don't play a part in this, because it does. It goes hand in glove. It goes hand in glove. Just like some of the medications. I am not an anti-pharmaceutical, person. I realize that drugs have a tremendous ability to save lives, but in some cases we just misuse them. And there's a lot of, instances where we have medical providers out there who have no background in this stuff, prescribing medications for stuff that they have that, they're not a psychiatrist. They're not a neuroscientist. They don't know the full effects of these drugs will have on a person. But yet, because they have MD behind their name, they can write that drug and prescribe it. And so we're treating symptoms. We're not identifying what the root cause is. And that's really where my focus is with trying to push and advocate for the science, is we got to get down and understand what's behind all this. And I say this to leadership within the community, within the special operations community, within defense. Whatever solution we come up with cannot impact our operational effectiveness or our lethality on the battlefield. We can't be afraid to understand what's going on, because that information, that knowledge will help us navigate through this in a way that we can buy down on these risks on the front end without impacting, like I said, our performance on the battlefield and the resiliency of our force. And that's what we have to look at, is how do we increase the resiliency of our force? And very often I talk to the veterans and the warriors who I come in contact with, they're struggling. And with this knowledge, I tell them, look, you're not crazy. You very well be injured. Injured because you did what this nation asked you to do, to go into harm's way, to do the tough jobs that you've done, and you have come home burdened with these injuries. And when you look at it, how could you not come home burdened with some injuries? When you look at, the operational exposures and so forth, and we're seeing environmental exposures and how they're coming into play, with the discussion about burn pits, let alone blast overpressure and head strikes and so forth. So it really creates this rubric that we just need to understand. And I believe that we will get through this, because it's not because we lack the intellectual capability or the capacity. We lack the unity of effort. to circle the wagons on this, just like we did with the IED. Level the playing field, talk a common language, move in a common direction, guided by the science. We'll figure this out.
Are there, where does like the resistance come from? Is it ego? Is it closed minds? Is it, this is the way we've been doing it forever? Is it like, why would someone, I mean, clearly anyone that's listening to this right now would say, oh, okay, we've discovered that there's probably another there's another cause for this type of downward spiral for people. How do we fix it? Is there, it sounds like there's resistance to that. Where does that come from?
Well, I would say D, all the above.
Just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you've got people that, this is not their scope of practice. This is not, this challenges their comfort square. This, creates a tension, in the force, so to speak. But we can't be afraid of this. We've been up against, other disease processes, cancer, we've been up against, HIV, AIDS, we have been up against COVID and other challenges. And at first the reaction's fear, let's ignore this. Let's kind of put our head in the sand. Let's make it, wish it goes away. And then we get to this point, a crisis point where I think we are right now with this brain health stuff is, okay, we have to understand what's going on. And so am I a little disappointed in the Department of Defense and the fact that they have not made this a priority despite spending over $2 billion, with very little to show?
$2 billion on what?
On brain health initiatives, on mental health, on suicide prevention. But it has all been kind of a, boutique ad hoc, efforts. I mean, and again, it's not to say that there haven't been some good advances that have happened within defense health, but I'm disappointed in the fact that they have not led the way I feel they could have led on this subject, considering the risk and the threat that this, puts on our force. And we're starting to see the effects of this, where recruitments are down. And also retention is having a problem. And even I think within our community, people are worried about, they love, this community, and you can talk to any special operations or conventional unit that, hey, this was an important part of their life. But at some point they also realize that, hey, if I stay too long, or if I have too much exposure, am I going to wind up like that? And because I'm getting these questions from Ryan's contemporaries right now, people who are at the time and place in their career where their level of maturity, their operational maturity or their leadership maturity, is right, what we need. But if they're getting out, that's not helping us. So what's being left behind? How many people that, early promotion or must promote are leaving that equation, and what's being left behind within our developmental, cadre? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? I mean, does that make sense to you? I don't know. I mean, from your perspective and who you talk to, are you seeing reflections of that type of behavior right now?
Yeah, I think that guys are more conscious of their health and wellness than we ever were. Everything from nutrition to working out to everything that goes with that. And that's because the whole world has moved forward. And we've been at the cutting edge. We've been pretty far forward on the cutting edge of how to get in good shape, how to stay in good shape, what nutrition we should be doing. And I think guys are now more cognizant of that, but they're also more cognizant of, well, what is this doing to me? Where am I going to end up? How is this going to impact me at a later date? And I think there has been some protocols implemented now that they're starting to track this stuff at some level. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's not at the level it should be, but I know that they're assessing, like I was talking about earlier, I used to go out on the range as an RSO with a platoon out there shooting rockets, and you'd go out there and stand there and watch 15, 16 guys shoot rockets. And you'd take those blasts, you'd take 16 blasts. Well, now they're limited to 3. What did that do to my time frame of guys, or Ryan's time frame of guys, when he would go out there and, you're teaching somebody how to throw a crash into a room? Well, you're going to sit there. You're outside the room, but still, you're going to do that for a task unit. 40 guys are going to huck a crash into a room. And so I think it has become, I think people are starting to become aware of it. And I think that they're seeing guys like Chad, guys like Ryan. I mean, the guys that I talked to about Ryan, they reported that, hey, here's a guy that was good to go. I mean, just good to go. And by the time he's at TRADET, guys are having a hard time like communicating with him. When you were talking about him having like a blank look on his face, that's the feedback that I got. He was sort of like blank stare, didn't feel like, guys are talking to him. And I think one of the biggest problems for leadership is at that time, they don't even know what's happening, right? They think, oh, well, what's his problem? What's his deal? Oh, he's not, I'm a freaking commander, or I'm a master chief. Why is this guy, when I'm telling him he needs to square his shit away, and he looks at me with a blank stare, he's got a bad attitude, because they don't understand how much this stuff has impacted someone. And so I think the recognition of knowing what signs we should be looking for leaders to say, oh, here's a guy that was totally squared away, and now he's acting like a different person. There's something wrong that I need to address from a medical perspective, not from a disciplinary perspective. And that was one of the people I talked to made that exact point, is that we as a community have a tendency, or at least had a tendency, of someone's not doing what they should be doing. It's not a health problem. It's a disciplinary problem.
Right.
And that's a huge differentiation. Because part of it's because of what I talked about earlier. Hey, you got a guy, one of your guys goes out, gets drunk, gets in a fight. Cool. You discipline him. He stops doing it. We got the problem solved. Well, if he's showing up drunk, or not showing up, or he's late, or he's despondent, or he's not responding the way he should be, and you hey man, you're freaking late again. You slept in, you're late again. Discipline. I discipline him. It doesn't correct him. Why doesn't it correct him? Because the problem isn't a discipline problem. The problem is a health problem. I believe that shift is starting to take place, or has started to take place. I think Ryan's one of the reasons why that I think people recognize in a post-mortem that, oh, we failed as a community to see that what we thought was a discipline problem wasn't a discipline problem. It's a health problem. And again, we're very used to, freaking guy gets in trouble. When a SEAL gets in trouble, they are horrified. They want, for every reason that you just talked about from Ryan's perspective, it's when we get in trouble, it's like, oh, I'm not going to be able to deploy with my guys. I'm not going to be able to take care of my guys. I'm going to lose, I might lose my trident. I'm making the community look bad. Like all those reasons, troublemakers in the SEAL teams, they square themselves away, right? They square themselves away because they don't want to get kicked out. They don't want to have problems. Right. So when we see someone that has continued problems, we should recognize, and again, I believe that we're moving in this direction, that there's probably not a discipline problem. There's probably a problem. There's an underlying health problem that's the issue. Because look, how many guys have I always joke, I only wrote up, I would say I wrote up, I think 3 or 4 guys in my whole career. 3 of them, I only wrote them up because I was told to write them up by my boss because something had happened. And I was like, all right, I got to write you up. That's the way it's going. And then I take those things and a couple weeks later and put them in the shredder. Because 99% of the time, when I pulled the guy aside and said, hey, look, dude, you just did this. If you do that shit again, it's going to be a problem. They'd be like, I got it, boss. No problem. I'll fix it. And it wouldn't be a problem anymore. So when we see someone that now has a disciplinary problem and they make a mistake and they do it again and they do it again and they do it again, the recognition that either this guy has like a serious, could be an alcohol problem, could be a drug problem, or we have this other possibility now, which is TBI, which is post-traumatic stress, those kind of things. And unfortunately, also on top of all this, you got guys that they do something stupid and what they say is, oh, it's because I got PTSD. So hey, shut up, dude.
They're gaming the system.
They're gaming the system. And that's a terrible thing
yes.
to have happen as well, because that delays someone from looking at like a Ryan and going, hey, dude, cut the shit, knock it off. You don't have, hey, I was on a bunch of deployments too. That's another conversation I had in the last few days. We look at guys that had problems. They were on the same deployment as me. Hey, I was on that deployment with you. What are you talking about? Oh, this guy was on that deployment too with you. I know him. He's fine. What's wrong with you? And sometimes it's like, well, guess what? I've had this conversation. Hey, that guy who's doing knucklehead shit, who's saying he has PTSD, he was doing knucklehead shit when he was 25. And he's still doing knucklehead shit when he was 27. And now he's 42 and he's still doing, it has nothing to do with PTSD. It has to do with the freaking dude's a little bit of a wild character. So we need to put him in a position where we can take care of him and keep him out of trouble. But those guys that kind of, as you said, game the system really hurt the guys that have legitimate freaking problems. And I think there's a huge spectrum. I think you can have guys that are out on the same deployment. They go through they can be on the same operations, and it can affect them in a radically different way. And that's just a fact of life. And this is not just my opinion. You look at guys in World War II. You look at guys in Vietnam. You look at guys in the Korean War. Go watch Band of Brothers, right? Dick Winters talks about that. He talks about, hey, every guy was here. We all did this same thing. Some guys needed to go home. We didn't hold anything against them. And by the way, I forget the name of the character in Band of Brothers, but he's a real person, and Dick Winters talks about it in his book on leadership. When that guy broke, and remember this guy, I can't remember the character's name, I apologize. He's a badass guy that's leading from the front, that's taking all kinds of risks, and he reaches a breaking point. And the whole company looks at him and goes, yep, get him home. They hold nothing against him. He reaches breaking point. You take another guy like Spears, who was doing all that stuff as well and kept doing it and did even more dangerous stuff, never impacted him in a negative way, just kept doing it. And what Hackworth says in About Face, everybody's got a cup. And when it's a different size for everybody, you put combat trauma into that cup. Some people, it's going to overflow. Some people got a pint. Some people got a gallon. Some people got a teaspoon. And it's almost genetic. I mean, whether it's just genetic or nature or nurture, but however they grew up here or however they ended up, they got a cup. And when that thing overflows, that's it. That you got to get them out of that combat area. And if you're a good leader, you recognize, hey, they gave everything that they could. And both those guys also talk about the fact that if you can take that person before they break and you go, hey man, you're coming off the front lines for a while. We're going to put you in the rear. We're going to put you in an admin position. We're going to let you do some shore duty. They can recover and they can come back. But once you burn out that engine, it's like the check engine light. I talk about this a lot. Check engine light comes on. If you're driving a car down the highway, check engine light comes on. What should you do? Pull over, get the engine serviced. They'll change the oil, whatever they got to do. That engine's going to be good to go. If you keep driving that thing, what's going to happen? You're going to blow up the engine. You're going to ruin it. And these are, again, so it's not really just my opinion that I've seen this myself, which I have, by the way. I had freaking guys that went through hardcore deployments and came back ready to go again. And had guys that went through not as hardcore of a deployment that needed a break and maybe couldn't deploy again. But it's not just me. This is what Dick Winters talk about. This is what Hackworth talks about. This is common for combat, that every individual human being has a different level of resilience. And if you break them, it's going to be a problem. And we need to recognize that.
Yeah, so I hope everybody's listening to what you just said, because I'm at 200% agreement. The piece of high ground that I'm on is really kind of exposing what does the brain trauma, how does that factor into this? And right now we don't have the diagnostics. And I feel for, command leadership. And I believe in good order and discipline. People need to be held accountable. It's nothing like a master chief crawling up your ass because, you're not, doing the right thing. And that needs to happen. And people still need to be held accountable. But I'm convinced we've got some research studies coming out here in the next couple months that are really going to add some fuel to this. It's going to be disruptive. To your point, not everybody's going to like what they're going to hear, but it's going to make us rethink what's going on. And with that, we strongly believe that within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have diagnostics to be able to qualify this in a living person, not wait until after they're dead and we're doing a postmortem examination, which is going to do a couple things. And you alluded to this earlier. We're starting, and a lot of it is because of Ryan's story and because of a Navy SEAL admiral who was captured by his story, who grabbed onto this, took it with him to SOCOM, Special Operations Command, and made this a priority to baseline all the operators and to start tracking so that we could start seeing changes early. And I think as the science comes together, and I look at this like a railroad track that goes off into the distance. One rail is this effort that we're trying to do now is push the science, create the level of urgency and a level of focus. The other rail on this train track is the here and now. We're dealing with people that are challenged right now, active duty warriors, veterans, first responders. And you got these cross ties that hold the tracks, stable and in alignment. And that's where that communication, that's where that knowledge development has to happen, and be shared, because it's not one track or the other. But as you look at that track and it goes into the distance, what happens? Those rails come together. And that's our hope, is that we get a lot smarter. This is going to be disruptive, and this is going to push people out of their comfort squares, and it's going to force us to think about this differently. But if we can give a commander that's dealing with a situation like this that appears to be a behavioral problem that, as you said in the past, is usually remedied by non-judicial punishment or some type of punitive action, and we come up and say, hey, we suspected that because of his operational profile, his deployments, some of the things he's been subjected to, there may be some biological or medical explanation for this. And when we have a diagnostic or a number of diagnostics that can qualify that, that's going to put this in a whole different place. That's going to be valuable information for that leadership team as they make decisions. But that's got to go hand in glove with education, where as we cultivate leaders, we give them this information, and leaders at all levels, from the very top to the deck plate, that, hey, this is a consequence of doing this job. And it's not calling out weakness. It's not, focusing on the injury, but we got to treat it like an injury. And how do we treat injuries? We cast them up. We put them in splints. We put them through rehab because we want, that arm, that leg to come back into, 100%, operational, capability again. Same thing goes with our brain. You said something that was very important, and which I think is a part of the contributing factors, is that we had no reset time in the 20 plus years. That door was constantly spinning. You're deployed, you come home, you go into, most guys are dispersed to other assignments. They go into new training, they start spinning up, and the next thing you know, they're being pumped out the door to another rotation. And without that time to reset, and certainly to reset somebody, just like what we see now with concussion protocols, with the NFL, somebody gets a knock on the head, they're pulling them offline, and it's because what we've learned is that if you're put back into the game too soon, you're actually increasing your chances for having something worse, because this is in some cases accumulative. And another big handicap that we have, and this is why we need the science again, is we don't know the long-term implications of this. So right now we're just starting to, kick the door on a lot of this. And we're still moving through the tall grass without a sense of direction. But the science is going to, guide us forward, which then is going to, help us prevent this on the front end. It's going to help us better monitor this so we can identify somebody early in the evolution of this injury or disease before it gets to the catastrophic point like it did with Ryan and they take their lives. And there's a very strong connection between, brain damage and suicide. Very strong connection. And then it's going to help us identify, a precision treatment protocol for that individual so that we get away from one size fits all to one size fits one. And we get them down the right rehab path and we get them back into the team. We get them back operational. Let's face it, some folks may not be able to go back and do the job that they did before, but they're still part of the team. And we still value what they've done for this community, this nation. And this is not just about the SEAL community, but you talk to SF, you talk to Rangers, you talk to, the Marine Raiders. They're all challenged with this. I just had conversations with UK, SAS and SBS types, and Australian and Denmark and other countries that I come in contact with through, some of my other circulation. They're all struggling with these scenarios, and they're all seeing the effects of modern warfare on their warriors and on their veterans. So I think we're onto something. We just can't be afraid to peel it back. It's going to make us smarter. It's going to make us more resilient as a fighting force. But yet, at the same time, we're going to take care of our people. We're going to, live up to our promise to take care of them if something happens. Because we can't ever forget that the whole reason that they're here in the first place is because they stepped forward to do the job.
Yeah, when I was reading about, I had a couple articles about Ryan, and the one of them was like getting called operationally unfit or something like this, and we're going to get him out of the teams. And I remember one of my guys, Ryan Job, he had been shot in the face. He'd been rendered blind, and before he decided he was going to get out, he's going to medically retire, he told me like, oh, I want to stay in. And I want to stay in the teams. And I remember I called the Admiral, who I'd worked directly for, and I was like, hey, sir, Ryan Job wants to stay in the teams. And the Admiral goes, roger that. We'll find a job for him. I think he'd be an outstanding BUDS instructor. I'm like, I think you're right. Like he was, and that's exactly how it should be. And if you can find a job for a SEAL, which you obviously can, that's blind, then you can absolutely find a job for a guy that's, hey, guy can't be around any blast exposures. What do we got for him? There's a 1,000 other jobs for him to do. And that way he gets to stay in the community, gets to proceed with his career, gets to still be around the guys and continue serving, which is, what they want to do.
Yeah, and I believe that if things had gone down a different path and he had been treated, differently, he'd still be here. I believe that. And I will tell you that when I got that briefing, at Bethesda Walter Reed after he had passed and they had looked at his brain, the neuropathologist said to me, if Ryan had this information, do you think it would have made a difference? And I said, absolutely, because it would have qualified that he was right, that something was wrong with his head, that he was not crazy. And because every one of these folks, these men and women, are struggling with what's happened to them as they slide down this slope, and they're desperately trying to grab onto something, and they're not getting the answers. And we can't forget what they've done for us, and we can't demonize it and weaponize it against them, because then we're leaving people behind. And again, some very I think important points to make, that not everybody is righteous and they will game the system. I mean, that's human nature. And unfortunately, it takes away from those that really do need the level of attention that we're talking about. And I know because I had a leader call me about a year after Ryan passed who was dealing with his own issues and admitted to me the reason he was calling is because he bought into the whole freaking narrative that, hey, Ryan was gaming the system, for a medical board. And then when he, came to learn that, Ryan, had a severe brain damage and there was something going on, he was upset about that and had gotten kind of sucked down a path that, he regretted. And that's why we have to, help at all levels, leadership, arm them with the right information, give them the tools to make the best decisions. I don't think anybody was out to do any harm to him. I don't think anything, I just think it was the perfect storm and we didn't know what we didn't know, didn't know how to deal with it. I do think, for the exception of a few personalities, there were some, individuals who just couldn't be bothered with it. And I will never forget them. And, but it is personality based. Whoever's at that key intersection, if they're sensitive to this, if they got their eyes open, they're looking for it, they're trying to understand it, then they can do a lot of good for folks that are challenged with some of these conditions. If you get the wrong person in that intersection, they can do a lot of damage. And that's why we need the science. And, leadership is something that obviously, you talk a lot about, I talk a lot about. We're in a new era of leaders right now. I call it leadership by lawyer, where, we have leaders who are making decisions without, getting the approval from their lawyer. And it's, in my opinion, it's eroding our edge. What makes us different from our competitors is that, our forces have always been given the license to innovate, to immediately flex and pivot to conditions. And we push that down to the edge, where people can adjust immediately on the battlefield or in any condition to accomplish their mission. But we're getting away from that. Everything's becoming so politically correct. And I used to remember when I would complain about, risk-adverse behavior. Boy, I'll take that back in a minute, because now it's no-risk behavior. And it's paralyzing us. And I don't know, other than, putting it right out in people's faces, I don't know how we're going to get around this. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. And maybe I'm taking this conversation in a different direction, but so much of this does come back to leadership and being able to accept the responsibility and be accountable for decisions. And again, it's not a perfect world. It's not a fair world. But you got to have the freaking nuts to make the decision when you need to make it, especially when the people's lives are at stake or, greater consequence is at stake. And it's not always going to go right. And some of the best scenarios that I've been in, which have taken courage on my part and other leaders that I've been with, is then when they let their people go do their job. Yeah, they're going to bang into stuff. And it may not always go the right way. But more times than not, I have been completely overwhelmed with what's come back. Far exceeded my expectations. Far exceeded any level of performance that I had for that particular mission or operation.
Yeah, the fourth law of combat leadership that I talk about is decentralized command, which means you're going to let your subordinates leaders lead. And guess what? When you do that, there's a level of risk. And if you're not willing to take that level of risk, you're going to end up being a micromanager. Now you can't maneuver. Now people aren't making things happen. And now you're going to be slow. And now you're going to lose. But it does take a level of trust and a level of you got to be willing to accept the fact that sometimes you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get, your boss going to look at you and say, what the hell's going on? You're going to say, yep, boss, it's on me. I put the guys out there. They did something I didn't expect, but that's not on them. That's on me. I gave them the parameters. I told them what to go execute. They executed. They didn't do it the way I thought they were going to do it. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. But that's what went down. And if you have people that aren't willing to take that risk, they're just micromanagers, and now things don't move, and you don't win. That's what happens. So, yeah, leadership, 100%. You've got warriorcall.org. This is sort of, I would call this sort of the physical or organizational representation of what you're trying to do. Talk to me through warriorcall.org. What's its mission? What's it doing?
So, I'm glad you brought that up. It's really a grassroots, deck plate, dirt level effort to reach out to those that are isolated. And, what we found is isolation is a key factor that often plays into some of these suicide scenarios that, we come in contact with. As somebody separates from their tribe, especially if it's not on positive terms, and, and again, if they're burdened by labels, which can be extremely damaging, and, they lose their sense of, a purpose, and they lose their dignity and so forth. And with that, they start to lose hope. And in many cases, they start distrusting the system. They start sliding into dark places. And it's like being dropped down into a well. The further you go, the less bright the light is. It starts to shrink, and so does that hope. And I think they get to a place where they feel there's no way out. I think that with a lack of qualification, that if they are injured, or what they're dealing with is as a consequence of their service, if they don't have any level of confirmation that they're hurt, or that this, as I said, is a consequence of their service, then and they're being told, that they're mentally, unstable, or they get some type of other mental health issue, that doesn't put them in a good spot. If they feel, if we've been talking, if they've abandoned their brothers, their teammates, that doesn't put them in a good spot. If they feel that they're a burden to their loved ones, that really puts them in a good spot. But then I would say the fourth thing is this is institutional betrayal, that if they've given it all to their unit, mm-hmm. to their community, to their agency service, and that turns on them, that inflicts a tremendous amount of damage. So, the Warrior Call effort is really to connect up with those folks, make a call, whether it's physical phone call, a text message, or do a drive-by, or take a call from them. If, for whatever reason it comes out of the blue, that call comes from a veteran or an active duty or a first responder, somebody who served in uniform, and have an honest conversation. Get past the formalities of, hey, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while, but kind of have a regular conversation. You don't need to be a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a social worker to have this conversation. It's me calling Jocko saying, hey, Jocko, man, we haven't talked in a while. How you been? I was paging through my contacts here. I saw your name. I just thought I'd shoot you a call. And how you been? What have you been up to? And, through that, the conversation's going to build. And more times than not, we've gotten reflections back from the guys and gals that we can't put a finger on why the call came when it did, the time it came, whatever, but it came at the right time. That somebody connected up and pulled them away from the line. Let them know that they weren't alone, that somebody cared, and that there was hope. And so that's what Warrior Call is all about. And yesterday, initiative led by Congressman Derek Van Orden in the House passed unanimously to codify National Warrior Call Day. It had already passed in the Senate, so it's got to go into conference right now in order for it to become law. But we wanted this day as a stake, in the ground to say to our general population, let alone our active duty and those that have served in uniform, that this is how they can help. Because we always get asked, how can I help the veterans? How can I help contribute? Well, this is one simple way. You pick up this thing called a phone, and you make a call and see where it goes. And if you sense that somebody's not in a good place, then you align them with some resources. You stay connected to them. It's like our old buddy line system. We hook a buddy line onto somebody. You know right away whether that person's going off in a different direction or lagging behind or pulling you, out of vector. But it's Warrior Call is just a simple kind of outreach directly related to isolation. And you know something? We get equal reflection from the caller, who after they've talked to somebody that they haven't connected with in a while, how much that has pumped them up. It was like an injection of like energy to them. So, National Warrior Call Day, I'm hoping that we can, drag this into the end zone. Who knows with Congress, as my days up there as the Senate Sergeant at Arms, it was a 4-year out-of-body experience. I mean, there's a lot of good people up on Capitol Hill trying to do the right thing, but as we've seen,
there's everybody else.
Yeah, and as we've seen recently, there's also a lot of distraction and dysfunction. So I will be, I will not be a happy camper if they don't get this done, and I will, keep poking them, to get it done. But if it doesn't get done, I'm not going to be a happy camper, and I'm going to let them know it.
Yeah.
So hopefully that answers your question. But they can go to warriorcall.org to kind of get more information on this and see how they can help. It's a matter of deputizing everybody that's out there that's listening right now to just simply make a call, take a call, have an honest conversation, and stay connected.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's awesome. It sounds like we're waiting on some studies to come out in the next several months, that we might have more information, more things to talk about, what those things look like. But other than that, does that kind of, I mean, we've been talking for a few hours now. Does it kind of get us up to speed?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, let's face it, this is a tough subject. Losing a son like Ryan, I realize that, there's different sides of this story. And I tried to keep an open mind to it. But, the bottom line is I have a mission, and I'm not going to fail. I mean, Ryan's sitting right here with me right now, and a lot of what I say is actually him talking through me, because he may not be here physically, but that energy goes someplace. And as I said, he knew what he was doing that day. He wanted to prove a point, and his story, I think, is a catalyst for a lot of the changes that you alluded to, and certainly has opened up the discussion. And I'm hoping that the science is going to put a fine point on this, because, you only get good science by doing good science. And so far, we've been handicapped by not having enough good science that has illuminated exactly what's going on here. But I do think that, with our modern warriors, we have to be prepared to answer these questions for them. We need to give them the confidence that that we're going to take care of them in the event that, something happens to them as they go forward and do the jobs that we ask them to do. And it's simple as that. We have that obligation, and we cannot leave any more behind. So, Jocko, I just want to thank you and what you're doing, and certainly for the opportunity to talk about this. This isn't about me. It's never been about me. I just feel fortunate that I've had the opportunity to, you know, come in contact with a lot of great people. And they don't all have titles before their names or after their names. They're just good people who have not lost sight of being a good person and what you need to do to be a good person. And I love this nation. I think that we got to be careful that we, you know, don't take our eye off the ball, because the enemy definitely has not taken the eye off the ball. I mean, they're, you know, in some cases with some of the behaviors in our society right now, I think, you know, they're sitting back heating up the popcorn, and they're just waiting for the right time. And if we don't pay attention, we're going to find ourselves in a bad spot. And that's not a political statement. It's just fact. You and I have been, you know, at the front end of this, and it's not going to go away. I remember the old saying that they used to, you know, when we were in theater, it was, you have the watch, we have the time. And they don't forget. Mm-hmm. And so I'm hoping that, you know, that flag that we fight for, you know, with all the other stuff that's going on, you know, folks within our society would not be able to step up and you know, blow their horns and wave their flags if it wasn't for that red, white, and blue flag that has created the environment that has allowed them to do that. And in very few places on this earth does that happen. So I hope that we don't give that up, because once it's gone, we'll never get it back.
Yep. But we won't give it up. Not on my watch, anyways.
Not on my watch either.
I don't know. Can't say much after that. Echo Charles, you got any questions?
Oh, actually, yeah. It's, you know, when you guys do like breaching, and you know, you talk about the crash grenades and all that. Do you guys wear like ear protection? Is there any there any additional equipment that you wear to like protect yourself from that kind of stuff?
So yeah, we used to wear ear pro most of the time. Yeah. Ear protection, like literally the little things that you roll up and put in your ear. Yeah. In modern times, we now have headsets that are noise canceling headsets that also have your radio speaker inside of it. So that's a huge advancement. I will say, like, back in the day, we would do immediate action drills sometimes with no ear pro as like ear pro appreciation. So you'd kind of like, according to the Master Chiefs from Vietnam, be used to it and be ready for it when it happens. Probably not the smartest thing in the world. I think that's like getting used to getting prepared to get punched in the head by getting punched in the head. It doesn't really help you. Yeah. So that's what it is now. I can tell you, like, in combat, and you've probably heard me tell this story before. Like, I watched my breacher. You know, I'm up a ladder on a wall looking down into a compound that we're about to enter a building, and breacher puts the breach on the door, starts to try and back away from the breach. There's nowhere to go. There's some, you know, junk or whatever in the courtyard. So I look at him, I'm watching him, I'm like, oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, he's just gonna lay down right there. Sure enough, lays down right there and cracks this breach off. I mean, totally unsafe distance. And, you know, I like because I duck behind the wall, right? The breach, he says turning steel, I get behind the wall, breach goes, jump over. I mean, go past him. He looks like he just, you know, he's walking around like he just got, you know, knocked out. And that's kind of that's what you do, you know? So guys are exposed to a lot of blasts, and, you know, just like it's different for everyone. You know, Junior Seau, you know Junior Seau is, I'm sure. I mean, you know, how's that guy who played football like a lot of other people played football, but the impact that it had on him was terrible. And we don't know why, but we know that that's what happened. So
the ear protection, you would think, and I don't know, maybe like ear protection is one thing, but isn't like the vibration in and of itself like more, you know, that's more of an impact than any ear protection.
So what they're finding out is that, you know, with this blast wave propagation over pressure, that actually, there's concern that maybe the helmet is actually holding some of that blast wave in.
It's jamming them up.
And then to your point about ear protection, that's another way into the brain. So loud noises and so forth actually create trauma to the brain, as does what we're finding out is a lot of that blast wave is going in through the eye sockets. Now this is, we'll get some more fidelity on this coming up, but directly affecting the frontal lobe of the brain where our executive functions are. So that makes a lot of sense why we may see changes in behavior. So the neuroscience translation from the injury sites, which are literally all through the brain, the gray matter, the white matter, the lower brain, is showing damage at different degrees depending on the individual and the level of exposure. But it definitely will explain why somebody's having problems with regulation, why they may not be able to sleep. It's going to give us some hard evidence once we perfect the diagnostics that'll allow us to make better decisions. But some of the protection that we've had in the past that we've put a level of reliance on, we're finding out is not actually giving us as much protection as we think. There's also visual trauma that happens that we're finding out that somebody sees something, that's horrific, creates that kind of PTSD, baseline of a catastrophic, exposure. That visualization, even though they don't come in contact with any physical forces, is actually causing changes in the brain. So we're early on into this. We just need to understand it. And like I said, this is not about getting rid of folks that are hurt. This is about ensuring that we have the most formidable, resilient fighting force in the future. And how do we take care of our folks when they get hurt, especially when they're doing the job we've asked them to do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anything else, Frank? Any closing thoughts?
Now, I just, like I said, your focus on leadership, I know a lot of people are paying attention. That discussion needs to happen. I'd be glad to come back at any time to give you some more thoughts on that, just based on my experience. I don't know all the answers. I've just, I've drug around this black cloud that, puts me in places where, shit happens. And you tend to learn, from the good things that happen. You probably learn more from the bad things that happen. And some of my best leadership takeaways have been from some, being in the company of some horrible leaders where I just come back and say, well, there's no freaking way I'm ever going to do that or treat my people like that. But I do think there's still a lot of good leaders out there. I hope if they're listening, I'm not saying that you don't need a lawyer at some point to consult on some things, but as I used to remind my lawyers, you have no decision-making authority. All you do is provide me advice and counsel. It's up to me to choose what I am going to, do, and I own that. I own it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming out here. I know, like you said, you're a 68-year-old active duty firefighter. So thanks for taking the time to come out here and join us. Thanks for your service, in the Secret Service, in the police, in the fire service, of course. Thanks for your service in the teams and your son's service as well. Our fellow frogman, Ryan. We'll remember him. We'll do our best to learn from what he went through so that his loss is not in vain, your loss is not in vain. And thank you for carrying on his message, speaking for him so that we can help the veterans that are out there today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocko.
And with that, Frank Larkin has left the building. Lots to think about. Lots of things that we can do as people to help other people out. Staying on the path. Look, I know it's sort of, what's that word? Maybe it's sort of like a trite thing for me to say, oh, be on the path. Maybe I say it too much. Maybe I don't explain it properly. Maybe maybe I do it too casually sometimes. But the path, man, if you're not on the path, it can really cause you problems. You know what I mean? And, you know, when you hear about Ryan, look, all those issues, and then, like, you add into that, like, drinking. Just, yeah, man. And you could hear just, like, all of a sudden he's not drinking, not working out. And then you couple that with these brain injuries, man. It's just a nightmare. And definitely a horrible situation. I mean, it's unimaginable. It's just unimaginable to watch that unfold, and even to hear, you know, his dad tell the story and talk through it is just, it's just a nightmare, man. Yeah. Look, we're talking about mitigating this, you know, in Ryan's case, you're talking about doing your best to mitigate, you know, these brain injury from all these blasts and stuff, and whatever the moral injury, like you're trying to mitigate all this stuff, but that's the best you can do, right? What you don't want to do is not try and mitigate it. And this is just so difficult. And I think really from my perspective, as I was hearing this, and it probably came through in some of my questions, you know, like what were you seeing? Because to me, when I see people that around me and they veer like off the path, that's when I start getting worried about them, right? When all of a sudden they're doing things that we know they're not good for them, right? We know this isn't going to work out. We know this isn't a good move. So that's just another thing going back to this like idea of warriorcall.org. When you got someone that you know that's at a broad level not doing the things that they should be doing, like do your best to reach out, connect with them, try and help them, try and get them pointed right back in the right direction. And having this kind of information is very helpful. And actually, after we stopped recording, you know, Frank pointed out to me that, you know, because of NSW, because of the SEAL teams, there has been a focus on discovering and learning more about this. And, you know, to the point of kind of what I opened up this whole thing about, when they found these traumatic injuries to Ryan's brain, it's too late. It's too late. And because of that, and because of Frank's efforts, and because of the efforts of SEALs that are still active duty that got on board, said, yeah, this was a mistake. What do we do to fix it? There is progress, and they went to Special Operations Command and started doing these studies, which the results are forthcoming. So, and you know, kind of what I closed out by saying, you know, let's make sure that Ryan's loss and Frank and his family's loss wasn't in vain by trying to spread the word. I think it's the best thing we can do in this terrible situation. So, terrible story, but we're going to take some lessons from it and try and have an impact out there. So that's what I got. Thanks for listening, everybody. If you are on the path, go get yourself some Jocko fuel. Get yourself some good nutrition for your body. Get your hydrate, get your greens, get your creatine. You on creatine right now?
Yes, sir, I am.
It's a big deal, isn't it?
It is a big deal. Part
like
of the everyday protocol.
Do you do one of the scoops?
Yeah. So I 1.5.
1.5. Yeah. How come you up the levels?
Well, because I was reading the protocols.
Because I'm American and more is better.
I was reading the protocols, and remember back in the day when creatine first exploded on the scene, in my periphery, they were like, "There's the loading phase. You got to take more and all this stuff." So it gets in your all this stuff. So I was reading about that, and they were like, you know, like that's not necessarily true, you know, but you know all this stuff or whatever. So I was like, hey, if I just take 1.5 scoops, I think we're good to go.
Let's just round it up.
Yep, that's what I did, and that's what I do. And hey, man,
do you do it before you work out?
No.
You just do it normal. It's part morning. Of your daily. It's in your system. It's just flowing. Exactly. Because I hear people talking about like they're doing it almost like before a workout.
Like it's a pre-workout. Yeah. I don't think it works like that.
I'm getting the extra heat for this set.
It doesn't work like that though. I don't think.
Hey, bro,
Well,
let's
hey,
let that placebo
how about
go.
this?
Let's let
Whatever
it ride.
works.
Let's
Whatever
let
works.
it ride.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it ride.
So we got that. We got Mulk. I know you and I just pounded a Mulk, so that's good. Get a little, because we were going catabolic, probably both of us. You did squats today, apparently?
Yesterday.
What did you do today?
I didn't do nothing today yet.
Oh, okay.
I gotta get mentally ready for these
Okay.
things.
Check. JockoFuel.com. Go get yourself some stuff. You can get it in stores too, which by the way is like awesome. When you go to a store and you buy some Jocko Fuel, it's very helpful. It lets people know, lets those stores know that we're down for the cause. So Wawa, Vitamin Shop, GNC, military commissaries, AFES, Hannaford, Dash stores in Maryland, Wake Farm, ShopRite, HEB down in Tejas. Yes. They got the end pallet. What's it called? End cap.
End cap.
You know what that is?
In the store?
Yeah, in the store. It's like
the end of the aisle kind of a scenario.
Like a cap on the end of the aisle. We got that going on. Meijer in the Midwest, Harris Teeter, Lifetime Fitness, Shields, and then little gyms, little CrossFit gyms if you're doing CrossFit. Whatever you're doing. Jiu-jitsu gym, powerlifting gym, maybe it's just a regular old Globo gym. If you work at one of those or you own one of those, go to jfsales@jockofuel.com if you want to sell some Jocko Fuel. Get yourself on the path. Keep your system clean. When people tell me they're tired or they can't sleep, I'm like, what are you eating?
Yeah.
Or when they're telling them they don't have energy, what are you eating?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's such a huge thing. It's like you take your car, and like I know you drive a Cadillac.
Sure.
Did I just breach protocol here?
No, you're fine.
So you got a Cadillac. Let's say you put Kool-Aid in your Cadillac. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Were you expecting that thing to run well?
It'd be messed up.
No.
Yeah.
What if we put kerosene in there?
No, I probably wouldn't even sleep well if you put kerosene.
With your Cadillac, do you have to put the premium in? The premium gas in there?
You don't have to, but
you do?
That's the recommended scenario for sure.
You put that Jocko Fuel in there. Hey, that's the deal, right? You wanna stay clean. That's what you want to do. JockoFuel.com. Go get it. That's what we're doing.
You bring up a good point. It's a good way to look at it, and I'm not saying this just to say this. This is for real a good way to look at it. Where it's like we look at ourselves as like, well, I'm one person, and that's it. But a more, how should I say, helpful way to look at it would be that you are a whole system. You're like in multiple systems working kind of together. And just like any system, you start jamming out one part of the system, it can jam up the other parts of the system. Yeah. So like if you can't sleep, there are probably other factors in there that's causing you not to be able to go to sleep because you sleep for a reason.
Yeah. And
if you have less of a quote unquote reason to sleep, then you're probably not going to sleep that good. And inversely, you stay awake for a reason. And if you give yourself more of a reason to stay awake when you don't want to stay awake, you're going to stay awake still. Yep. See what I'm saying? Because there's something else in the system. Yep. And what you eat, what you put in, is part of that system.
And I forgot to mention Jocko Go, Discipline Go. It's an energy drink, but I'll tell you what, this is so far. I was at a retailer.
Sure.
So a store.
Sure.
Talking about bringing in Jocko Fuel, and they're like, well, we have an energy drink, this. And I go, hold on, yeah. I'm not. Look, did I get crazy? No, I didn't get crazy. But I was like,
you sure about that?
Hey, hold on a second. I was like, because they have like a bunch of different energy drinks, right? Mm. And I'm like, well, ours is different. They're like, well, I mean, it's an energy drink, whatever. Like blowing me off.
Yeah.
Blowing me off. Not really blowing me off, but definitely, I was getting some what we call vibes.
Vibes, okay. Yeah.
And I said, hold on, and I looked at the can, and the ingredients are like the whole back of the can, and it's a bunch of 9-syllable chemicals and stuff like that. I go, let me tell you what we got in here. I picked up a can ago, and I'm like, here's the ingredients: filtered, carbonated water, right? That's number one. Natural flavors, citric acid, which is what is like in an orange, tea, because this is the can that I have was
tea.
Yeah, tea. Monk fruit, and then fermented cane sugar. That's what's in it. That's the end of the eat ingredients list. Mm. Okay. Now, does it have some nootropics in there? Yes, it does. So it's got vitamin B12 and vitamin B6, and it's got caffeine. It's got alpha G. So it's got other ingredients in it, but all these things are good for you. That's why we put them in there purposefully. Mm-hmm. So this is not normal. It's not normal. It's a totally different gig. And I wish I was better at thinking what we should call it. You know what I mean? Because you can't call it an energy drink because it doesn't. It's like.
Yeah, you get the stigma.
It's a different thing. Yeah. It's a stigma, right?
Yeah.
This is literally good for you. So I'm like, I'm asking this retail person. I said, why would anyone drink anything else when they could have this, which is literally good for you? Yeah. And she, like, her face was changing.
Yeah.
I'm like, read the ingredients in that one, and she like looks at it and she's like, I can't. I was like, no, you can't. You can't. You don't know what that word is. That's not English language. That's a different foreign language, chemical language.
Chemical. Yeah.
That's the chemical languages. We're not speaking that over here.
No.
So this is no downside. Get something that's clean for you and it gives you energy. Does that make it an energy drink? Technically, yes, it does. Is it an energy drink like the rest of these disgusting things that are out there being marketed to you? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So there you go. Get you some of that too. JockoFuel.com.
Good idea. Speaking of the tea, that was the first. I know it's gonna sound crazy. I never had the tea since the flavors got revamped.
Assessment.
Good. Very good. I don't know if you noticed how fast I pounded it.
Pounded it.
Pounded it.
Probably gonna go home and jack some steel.
Yeah, most likely yes. But yeah, good deal on the tea. Tactical tea, by the way.
Tactical tea. All right, there we go. OriginUSA.com. Don't forget, you can get awesome American-made clothing. Gi. Everything you need. What do you need? At night, you need a gi. You probably need a rash guard. So you're doing gi, no gi class. You're going to go out for a date with your girl.
Yes.
You're going to wear a pair of jeans.
Yep.
You got to put boots on for that.
Yep.
You're going to wake up in the morning, work out. That's RTX. Yep. When you get done working out, you're going hunting. We got hunt gear.
Of course. When
you get done with that, it's going to be cold. You're going to put a sweatshirt on. Yeah. We got you covered. And then you're going to go to work, t-shirt and jeans.
Yep.
So everything that you need, we got you. Yeah. All 100% American made.
And I see why, but there was some detailed stuff in there that you did kind of pass over, which is fine. But I don't pass over these things. I notice these things. Socks. Oh, yeah. I wear Origin socks. Belt. Oh, yes, I wear Origin belt. Yeah. Wallet. Oh, yeah.
Wait, say that again?
Belt. Socks. Wallet.
So it's interesting you say wallet and you don't say wallet. Because normally you say weird things like cotton.
Because T is the last letter or whatever, you know? So they say cotton. You say cotton. Mm-hmm. What else I'm going to say? Cotton? Just forget about the T.
That's what I say.
No more. So if there's letters after the T, you forget about the T.
You know who says cotton? My daughter, Hannah.
Oh, there you go.
She was saying that something to me the other day. She says it's made of cotton. I was like, what? Where are you from?
Cotton, mountain, important.
And yet.
Okay, so in Hawaii, there I think it's Japanese though, but the last name is Soto. S-O-T-O. Mm-hmm. Say Soto. Soto. No, not S-O-D-O.
Soto.
It's hard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the hard one, if you don't say. Anyway, sidetracked. But yes, the Origin has plenty of stuff. The cotton that Origin uses, made in America, by the way.
Grown in America. Technically, we're not making cotton.
Made by nature.
Okay, cool. OriginUSA.com. Go get some.
That's true. Also, Jocko Store. He has a store. It's called Jocko Store. That's where you can do discipline equals freedom shirts, hats, hoodies, merch, if you will. It's more than merch, though. It's good. It's like wearable. A lot of people say their favorite T-shirt comes from Jocko Store. It's the best fitting shirts that we have there. Also, we have the shirt locker, which is a subscription scenario. You get a new design every month. It's a good one. This next month. So this month, I should have saved it for January, but I didn't. The count is 0. Oh. Next month, December, the last month of the year, was more appropriate for the last month. It is until the end, but it looks good.
You should have flipped those two.
No, I should have put the count is 0 for January.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And then December is still until the end.
Until the end is a good end of the year thing, right?
Yeah. That one's correct for December. That's the December.
So when's the January one?
The January.
When's the count to 0?
This month, November.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
bad strategic planning on your part.
Yeah, it is what it is. Hey, but we're looking to improve every single month. So yeah, check that out. It's on JockoStore.com.
All right. Also, get some steak. Just make yourself feel better with steak. It's medicine. Medical grade steak. Is that a thing?
That doesn't sound.
Pharmaceutical grade steak?
No, that's bad.
How about just nature steak?
Nature steak.
Yeah, sure. That's what we're doing. ColoradoCraftBeef.com, PrimalBeef.com. 2 awesome companies making awesome steaks for you to put in your oven, on your grill, next to your fire, or raw if you just want to get some and just eat it, right? and just get stronger, because that's what we're doing. These are awesome steaks, awesome companies. Also subscribe to the podcast. Also JockoUnderground.com. Also YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. Check out the Jocko podcast YouTube channel, plus the Origin USA YouTube channel, plus the Jocko Fuel YouTube channel. Some various channels to get on. Psychological Warfare, FlipsideCanvas.com, Dakota Meyer, making cool stuff to hang on your wall. A bunch of books. I've written a bunch of books. Get them. Echelon Front, we have leadership consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. We also have events. We go into companies and work with companies. We also have events that you can come to. We solve problems through leadership. That's what we do. Whatever problems you're having, they're leadership problems, and we will help you solve those problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com for details. We also have an online training academy. It's extremeownership.com. We put courses up there that you can take, that you can learn the skill of leadership to use with your family, to use at work, to use with your kids, to use for yourself. Help you become a better leader, and that's what will help you in life. Extremeownership.com. Also, if you want to help service members, active and retire, you want to help their families, Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got a charity organization, awesome organization. Go to americasmightywarriors.org if you want to donate or you want to get involved. Also, check out heroesandhorses.org, Micah Fink's organization, Jimmy May's organization, beyondthebrotherhood.org, and of course, Frank Larkin's. Check it out, warriorcall.org. And if you want to connect on the interwebs, Frank Larkin's organization is at warriorcall.org on the interwebs. He's also got a Twitter at warriorcallday and Facebook at warriorcall. Also, Echo and I are both also on there as well. Echo is at Echo Charles. I am at Jocko Willink. Just watch out for the algorithm, which wants to suck your brain and your time away and never give it back to you. Thanks once again to Frank Larkin for coming down. Thanks for his service in the Navy, in the police, in the Secret Service, in the fire service, and thanks for your son's service as well, Ryan Larkin. We will not forget. Thanks to all our military personnel out there and our veterans. And listen, if you need help, reach out. Reach out. Reach out to some of your friends. And if you don't need help, reach out to your friends. You don't know what people are going through. Stay connected. Call your friends. And the same thing goes to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, all first responders. Stay connected. Call each other. You keep us safe, keep each other safe as well. And to everyone else out there, you know what? You don't have to be a first responder. You don't have to be in the military. It's the same message. Stay connected to your friends, to your people, to your family. Call, text, swing by. People need people. People need people. Don't let time slip by a week, a month, a year, a few years. People become isolated. They become alone. And that's when bad things happen. Don't let bad things happen. Connect with your friends. We are stronger together. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko.